Good evening, racing fans. Welcome to Racing Action from Grand River Raceway for this Friday evening. Our first race will go to post in approximately 20 minutes. The track condition listed as fast. Temperature will be recorded for the evening as 20 degrees Celsius. Shall we get a look at the changes on this evening's card of racing? Note in race number 1, number 6, when you're hot, is scratched. In the second race, there were no changes. No changes, race number 2. In race number 3, number 8, Hamilton DeVee has a missing chart line from August the 1st at Mohawk, and well, it didn't go all that well. 10th place, 9th, but beaten 11.5 in 157 and 2 with Trevor Henry driving. In race number 4, scratched is number 4, Sporty-B. Race 4, scratch 4, Sporty-B. In race number 5 and 6, no changes. No changes, races 5 and 6. In race number 7, number 3, Dylan Double. Scratched, race 7, scratch 3, Dylan Double. Race 8, no changes. No changes, race 8. Race number 9, number 3, Bohannon, raced on the August the 1st, and third, beaten a length and a half in 157 with Paul McKenzie driving. And the 10th race scratched is number 3, Artistic Meadow, race 10, scratch 3, Artistic Meadow. Once again, reviewing races 1 and 2. Race 1, scratch 6, when you're hot, and the second dash, there were no changes. It is currently 17 minutes to post time to our first dash, and time to welcome in our co-host and handicapping expert, Robert Reed Jr. Robert, only 3 more sleeps to end this today, but first we got a card of racing this evening.
Yeah, we sure do. You know, it's the weekend, right, folks? It's Friday. We made it. Long weekend here in Ontario. I'm looking forward to it. And, of course, it all culminates on Monday, the civic holiday at Grand River Raceway for Industry Day, featuring the Battle of the Bells and the Battle of Waterloo. Of course, I will be on site, as I always am, for the broadcast on that occasion. And alongside with me will be Randy Waples, Hall of Fame driver. Last time him and I worked together, it was North America Cup 2021 at Mohawk Park. Who was the winner? Desperate Man. He's on the undercard in the preferred two. So it's pretty cool how things come full circle. Looking forward to working alongside Randy. And, of course, he's a 4-time winner himself of the Battle of Waterloo as a winning driver. So that card's on Monday. It's stacked top to bottom. All kinds of guaranteed wagers as well. But, again, I can't wait to be there on Monday for Industry Day. You should all come out live to the race on that day, hoping the weather holds up. But in any event, it always promises to be a real fun time. But tonight, we're going to kick off the weekend with 10 dashes. Nice card from top to bottom, some good betting sequences. I'm going to play it pretty thin in the multi-leg wagers. And, of course, we get to see St. Lad's Criminal in race number 2. He's got 6 in a row here at Grand River. He'll be shooting for 7 straight, and he's looked robotic out there. So looking forward to see him in race number 2. Of course, the whole card kicks off in race 1, where we have a guaranteed pick 5. $5,000, low takeout 15%. Gary and I always come back about 8 minutes to post to break down what we like for that sequence.
And also, fans, just to note, you can buy programs now for the Industry Day card. They're on sale in the Grandway Lounge. You can purchase the programs, and also just under the grandstand here on the track side. You can walk up and see April, say hello, and purchase an Industry Day program there as well. So available here for sale with April underneath the grandstand here and in the Grandway Lounge.
8 minutes to post for the opening dash on this fantastic Friday at Grand River Raceway. You know what that means? It is time to break down the early pick five guaranteed pool, $5,000. Low takeout is always just 15%. Gary and I always map out our suggested wagers for this sequence, and tonight's no exception. I think that this one looks like one you want to play pretty thin, and I'm going to play it pretty narrow throughout. Of course, I'll be singling St. Lad's Criminal in race number 2. But we got a couple other singles to work with as well. And the first one's right here in the opener. 2-year-old Colson Geldings on the pace. And for me, I thought, maybe you'd want to go a couple different directions in this race. The 1 and 2 both look interesting. And here I was on Thunder Don't Stay last time out. But you know what? Surf Rider for me is my spot play of the night and one that I want to just single to start off this sequence. Number 3, I thought that the effort in his lifetime debut, his second start of his career here at Grand River was a good one when he finished second, beating a neck to out cold. It was bet down to favoritism on that occasion after having the 8-hole in his lifetime debut the week before over the surface. And I thought that he kind of closed with a little bit of vigor last time at Mohawk Park, and now there's a 5,000 life. And just thinking that with his experience over this track, he should be able to graduate today and get to the winner's circle for the first time. So 8-5 on the board right now. No surprise he's taking support. I think he will end up the favorite. Singled for me. Race number 2. I mean, you can't go against the 5 St. Lad's Criminal. 6 in a row, coming right back in the same class. Does get the rematch now with Clint's Vet, who got to the winner's circle last time, but he's already beaten him several times. So I think he goes right back. 7 in a row for St. Lad's Criminal. Can't go against that one. Singled up for me. Race 3, almost singled the 2 Impressive Dude. Think he is the one to beat. Love the fact that he draws inside again. Getting into the Prospect Series, probably softer company than what he's been facing on a regular basis lately. The 7 Ace 44 Elvis, so I think is when you have to use tremendous success in this series throughout the season so far. Post 7 is the only drawback for him. He does have speed off the gate, though, so too deep for me in there, the 2 and 7. Race 4, single to the 3, Island Attitude. Very well in defeat last time against Clint's Vet. I thought this one chased that one gamely right to the wire. Did get beat by a comfortable margin, but 28 and 1 at the end of it. Hadn't raced in quite some time going into that. Racing back in a regular rotation now. I think that this 3-year-old gelded Son of Shadow play is going to be making another trip to the winner's circle. It'll be a second of his career if he can do it, and I think he's tough to beat in there. So a single for me in race 4 as well. Money leg race 5, 5, 6, and 7. Moon Watcher's one I've been chasing every single week. I'm in his camp, and last time he had to settle for second against Arts Alive. I think he's got to be on the ticket. Come on, Artie. I thought raced better last time. He's the 5 and the 6 up Joey's credit. Kind of no chance the way the race panned out, and kind of had pace in behind horses at the finish line. So want him on my ticket as well. 5, 6, and 7. 20 cents. Just $1.20 if you play it for $1, $6. Gary, what do you have for us tonight?
I spent a little bit more money than you. I want to try to get one of your, or maybe two of your singles beaten. One of them I think is kind of impossible. And look at that. Race 3 just magically appears on the screen. But let's take a look at race number 1. So I want to try to get to your 3 Surf Rider beat, which is my top pick. So I've added the 2 and 4, Wild Dog Holiday and Believe in America. 2-year-old colts, if there's a place to take out a favorite, 2-year-olds haven't quite earned the serious level of favorite status that, say, a St. Lad's Criminal has, which is the obvious play in the second. In race number 3, I've got one extra. I have the 1, 2, and 7, Warwick Yuri on the inside. Just taking a flyer. And race number 4, you singled with Island Attitude, but I also have Sunny Beach Boy added in there as well. So there's 2 horses in there. And then in the 5th race, well, I only have 2 where you have 3. I just have Come On Artie and Moon Watcher. Yeah, I'm a little worried about up Joey's credit, but you can't take them all. I've already spent more than I really should be in here. So $7.20.
There you have it, Gary's tickets. 4 combinations for us to both get to the winner's circle on this Friday before Industry Day. And if I was going to add one in the opening leg, it actually would be the 2 Wild Dog Holiday. Greg McNair, we've seen his youngsters have tremendous success over this oval as of late, so he might be one to add in. There's Conley's ticket, though, 3 and 4. So he's got Surf Rider. He's using Believe in America with that one. Then he goes to the 1, 4, and 5 in race number 2. So he's trying to beat St. Lad's Criminal still has him on the ticket, but he's trying to beat him with Clint's Vet or Tignanello. Again, that's pretty gutsy there because if you get that one beat, it's going to pay, no question about it. Race 3, Impressive Dude, the 2, and he's using the 7. So me and Gary both in agreement. Those are the two there: Ace 44 Elvis and Impressive Dude. Race 4 singled up on the 3, Island Attitude. I agree with that one. I thought he was fantastic in defeat last time. Fifth race, 3, 5, and 6. So he's adding in the 3, Wall Street Bell. Interesting angle on that one. Second time Lasix. I kind of was hoping we'd see a better effort last time. I think it was a step in the right direction, but I do think it is a pretty solid group in that race 5 tonight that Wall Street Bell has to go up against. But you've got a few minutes to map out your winning wagers for this early pick 5. Again, the guaranteed pools, $5,000 takeouts, always a low 15%. We'll come back in just a few moments to take a closer look at the upcoming dash.
Field for race 1 on parade. 1 is Thunderdome Stay, Travis Henry for Anthony Beaton. Number 2 is Wild Dog Holiday, Jason Ryan for Greg McNair, William Brown. Number 3 is Surf Rider, Brett McDonough for Robert McIntosh, and now McIntosh. And 4 is Believe in America, Samuel Filia for Desiree Jones and Gino Toscani. And 5 is Hogwash, Anthony Hunt for Lori LePage and Rebecca Williamson. Field of 5 with a 6 scratch. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, Rob, we both went to 3 Surf Rider, and he is getting favorite status, but not overwhelmingly so, 9-5.
Yeah, I thought that he would be the favorite in here. I wasn't sure that he'd be, odds on or anything like that, but I did think he'd take a lot of support, and I think he deserves it too. Because if you look at his 3 starts, Gary, I mean, there's some good progression there. First lifetime start right here at the river, got away 8th off the gate from that dreaded 8 hole, and closed up nicely. And then his follow up effort, he got only beaten a neck to out cold. I thought Chase get that one gamely to the wire after getting away in the 2 hole. And then, of course, the next start came at Mohawk Park against much tougher and ended up just getting away 7th and closing up nicely. 27 seconds on the end of that mile, back half 56-1. To me, that's what you want to see, right? We see horses that are kind of feeling good about themselves on the end of the mile. Should be feeling brave coming into this. Now getting back to a service that he's already been used to, and against a group that he can get the better of. So 3-2 to 1 shots on the board right now. I think he looks really sharp on the track. Again, I'm not deviating from him. I think he's the one you want to single on. But if I was going too deep, I would be going to the Greg McNair trained Wild Doc Holiday, the two.
Well, then you better fill us in about Wild Doc Holiday, why you might be adding that one in.
Well, I mean, for starters, the success that that he's had lately, right over the surface, we've seen Greg McNair, and typically, around this time of year, especially when the Battle of Waterloo comes up, we see that barn do really well over this surface, and his 2 year olds have raced fantastic here and beyond as of late. And last time, obviously, there was a mishap from the trailing posts at Kawartha Downs in an OSS grassroots event. And the time before that, I watched that replay a few times. Got away, last off the gate from post 9 and just ended up trying to close some ground in the stretch. Never had any shot at any point, but did have a nice back half 56-1 and finished, with some pace. Again, you're supposed to though, right? When you don't do any racing in the first couple of quarters. But in any event, I thought it was a pretty, decent effort overall. And he should just like getting to softer competition here at the river. And I think he looks okay on the track right now. Co-favorite right now with the one Thunder Don't Stay at 2-1. And again, for me, if I wasn't going to be singling the 3 Surf Rider, it would likely just be going too deep with Wild Doc Holiday.
And number 4, Believe in America, is 5-1, and that would be a nice one to get on the pick 5 if the money is going into pick 5 the way it shows up on the win odds.
Yeah, and it should be. I mean, I think that's probably pretty true to the pick 5 right now because I thought that, there was kind of 2 in here that stood out. I thought that Surf Rider kind of was maybe a notch ahead of Wild Doc Holiday in my opinion, and will be in the support. And then Believe in America comes after that. Showed good speed last time, chopped out the opening 2 panels, but really didn't have much to offer at the last half of that mile. Ended up fading back to 4th, was placed up to 3rd. Took support in that one, and that and the New York Sire Stakes race before that obviously was just completely overmatched. But I just thought that could have maybe done a little bit better last time. So this is getting back on that regular schedule. We always say how important that is. Second start for Desiree Jones. Maybe we see this one take a step forward, but I think we'll have to do so if he wants to go with the likes of Surf Rider and even Wild Doc Holiday.
And then Thunder Don't Stay. Interesting to see if this one will use that post 1 advantage and leave a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, you'd hope so, right? You don't want to waste that starting spot. But if you remember, I was on this one last time. I put him on top because I kind of like that most recent qualifier coming home in 28 seconds flat. I thought it was a pretty good effort, and I thought he might show more in there. Now, did note that there was a lot of time between that qualifier and that start, so maybe that's why we kind of just stayed on the pylons for part of that mile before coming to the outside. And I just didn't know if he had so much pace on the end of it. I mean, ended up getting beat by a few lengths anyways to the 4 Believe in America. But maybe now coming back on a tighter turnaround, he's going to show a little more. He's taking support throughout. I mean, he's taken money throughout the betting, and it gets hammered down to 2-1 again. So obviously there's a lot of support there. That might be a good sign, but I just wasn't enamored with that effort last time, even though I had him picked on top.
If the 5 horse could talk, he'd have an opinion about us talking about the inside 4. His opinion would be, come on, man, hogwash.
Yeah, I was gonna say he'd be saying it's all hogwash, but he, it's interesting, right? Anthony Hahn, we've seen him have a lot of success, especially for the these connections and 10-1 on the board. I mean, it's like you always say, Gary, it's a 2-year-old race. It's they're on the pace, but it wouldn't be surprised to see something funny happen here to kick it off. 10-1, I think a much bigger upset in the pick 5 than it would be vertically right now.
Well, it is a field of 5 for race number 1. First of 10 dashes on a Friday night as we are gathered at the river. It's Thunder Don't Stay and Wild Doc Holiday on the inside. In the center, Surf Rider. To the outside, Believe in America and Hogwash. Field of 5, race 1. Here they come. Giddy up. Field 4, race number 1. Gathering speed approaching the start. Wild Doc Holiday is leaving out quickly with Believe in America. Then Surf Rider, Thunder Don't Stay, and Hogwash is trailing the field, and they drive it into the turn. And it is Wild Doc Holiday who's got the lead. Surf Rider is racing position second. Thunder Don't Stay third. Then Believe in America and Hogwash, and they race their way onto the opening quarter. Wild Doc Holiday with the lead. Surf Rider is surfing the pocket. Thunder Don't Stay is third. Rider, Believe in America, and Hogwash is well back trailing the field as they race past that opening quarter. 28 and 4, a solid opening panel for Wild Dog Holiday and Jason Ryan. Surf Rider and Brett McDonald is racing second, just a length and a half back, and Thunder Don't Stay. Travis Henry on the inside third in front of Believe in America and Sammy Filion, and then Hogwash and Anthony Hahn. They're five in a line as they race up towards us, and Wild Dog Holiday He's looking for that second panel breather off a 28 and 4 opening quarter. Leads it by 2 1/4. Halftime was recorded in 1 minute and 1/5. A 31 and 2 second panel. And it is Wild Dog Holiday, Surf Rider as they work their way on into the backstretch, and Thunder Don't Stay. Then Believe It American Hogwash. It is Wild Dog Holiday. Surf Rider is still right there in the pocket. Thunder Don't Stay gets up a little bit closer. And now Surf Rider is thinking of moving out, but now it's going to be Thunder Don't Stay to the outside, and Surf Rider stayed back on the inside on the back of Wild Dog Holiday. Believe It America's fourth, and Hogwash is trailing the field 3/4 in 1:30. 29 and 4 third panel. Wild Dog Holiday, Surf Rider, lengthened 3/4 back, and then Thunder Don't Stay and Believe in America. And now Surf Rider is out and trying to collar Wild Dog Holiday as they turn for home. Wild Dog Holiday, Surf Rider surfing hard. Surf Rider surfs up and gets by Wild Dog Holiday. Believe in America and Thunder Don't Stay. 159 and 1, 2 to 5 on the board. Had to work to get there as the fractions kind of lent themselves to two Wild Dog Holiday. But winner can ya, Rob?
Yeah, short price too. I mean, I thought, I said, here I go, right? I said before the race, if I was going to use one more, it'd be this one. And I mean, I thought even partway through that stretch, maybe he was going to be able to close it out, right? Because sometimes it's difficult to make up the ground late there. But Surf Rider looks like, quite the bigger horse of those two, and needed that every bit of that length of the stretch there to get up and get into gear. I think once he kind of got into gear, there was no question he was going to surf right on by. Yeah, like Wild Dog Holiday almost sold on the front end. You can see though, a much bigger horse, and ears pinned back coming to the wire there to get there at 2 to 5. And Gary, I thought that Wild Dog Holiday was the one that would be the main danger, and he sure was. Solid effort in defeat.
Yeah, and also, I mean, things set up nicely because with a field of five, once you get the lead and he starts to the inside of Surf Rider, then you can kind of set things up for yourself. But it did pick up just enough in the third quarter that maybe that was the difference.
Yeah, it did. A big second quarter breather, right? And then you said he was kind of thinking about popping out of the two hole there. And then, of course, Thunder Don't Stay made that move. And again, he took a lot of support today, and early on, and I kind of thought that we need to see more from him before I could jump back on his bandwagon. And then, Brett McDonald made the right decision to just, sit in the two hole, bide your time, and then go out and get him when it matters most in the stretch.
Well, you had three singles in the pick five, and you got away with this one, although a little more work than you'd like for 2 to 5.
Yeah, a little more, but hey, listen, they don't put that on the ticket. They don't put that on the check, right? So, and a cold super to kick it off, but won't pay much.
3, 2, 4, 1, your top four. Nailed it. Back in front of us is number 3, Surf Rider, Two Road Sunshine Beach Bay Colt, owned by Bob McIntosh and Al McIntosh. Bob McIntosh, the trainer. Brett McDonald, the winning driver. Surf Rider victorious in 159 and 1. The first race payouts 3, Surf Rider, 280, 260, 210. 2, Wild Dog Holiday, 410, 264, Believe in America, 210. $2 exact or $8, dollar try, 725, dollar super, 1190. The first race order finished in the top 42135 scratch. That's 42135 scratch. And just a reminder that programs for the Industry Day program this coming Monday afternoon with a post of 12:30 on sale in the Grandway Lounge as well as under the grandstand if April is still on that main floor selling programs, but also available all evening long in the Grandway restaurant. And note the post time on Monday. Don't be one of those schmucks that shows up at supper time on Monday thinking, okay, ready for the races. Post time 12:30 p.m.
Surf Rider winning as a heavy favorite in the opening dash of the evening. Many are probably still alive in the early pick five, but whether you are or not, might as well jump in to the early pick four. Getting started right here in race number two. Guaranteed pool, $2,500. Low takeout, 15%. And make sure you do set a reminder that post time is 12:30. I just did that actually, Gary. I'm happy you reminded me that post time is 12:30 on Monday. Didn't want to forget that one for Industry Day. But right here, race two, St. Lad's Criminal, 6-5 right now. I mean, that price will not hold. 4-5 morning line. Expecting him to be much, much shorter. I mean, can you say he's facing tougher tonight? Maybe. But I don't know if it really matters. The way he's been racing as of late, he'll be tough to beat. And 6-5, I think, is going to be probably the high side of the price we'll see on him before post time. Singled for me in this the pick five, this pick four, and probably for many. So yeah, just singled up on him. Race number three, too deep for me in the first division of the Prospect Series for 3-year-old Colts and Geldings in the trot. Impressive dude, the two. Love the post for that one. Love the fact that he gets back to the Prospect Series. You've got to, I think, have the 7 Ace 44 Elvis on the ticket. I think he should enjoy getting back to this level of competition. Probably firing out of there too from post 7 this time around. Too deep for me in that one. Race number three, just single to the 3. Island Batitude. Love the effort last time. The way that he willingly chased Clint Svet to the wire, who we're going to see in this race tonight. So might see a form reference there for that one. And second start back, regular rotation, strong connections. A lot going for the 3 Island Attitude in race 4, and that's why he's singled to my ticket as well. And then race 5, just a 5, 6, and 7. I think it looks like a pretty competitive looking dash top to bottom. But I think those are the ones you want to be involved in. I don't usually go towards the outside of the gate like that, but I do like Moonwatcher from post 7. Think it can work out for him. Come on, Artie. I thought raced much better last time out and up. Joey's credit. Kind of didn't get much of a chance last time. Stuck behind horse at the wire. Hoping he can show some more tonight. So 5, 6, and 7, the finale of that sequence. 2 times 6 is $6 for a buck, or $1.20 for 20 cents. Let's see what Conley has for us tonight in his pick 4. He's trying to beat St. Lad's Criminal, which, again, that's how you get a big payout, right? You get this one beat, it'll lend itself to a huge payout. He's got Clint's Vet, who likely be the second choice, I would think, come post time. Also, Tignanello, the 4. Of course, he's got the 5 St. Lad's Criminal. Same 2 horses in race 3 for him, Impressive Dude and Ace 44 Elvis. He's going to single up an Island Attitude as well in race number 4, and then he goes 3, 5, 6. So we're very similar in the horses we're using. He's adding Wall Street Bell, second time Lasix in race number 5. That's the 3. $3.60 for a 20-cent wager. That's Conley's ticket. You got to map out your winning wagers, though, for this early pick 4 wager. Again, the pool's guaranteed $2,500. Takeout's always a low 15%. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Take a closer look at race number 2.
Field for the second on Parade 1, Clint's Vet. Colin Kelly for Tim Myers and Valpar Stables. Number 2 is PL Quicksand, Prime Madonna for Matt Dupuis. Number 3 is Aussie the Second, J.B. Renault for Julie Walker and Leonard Gamble. 4, Tiganello, Travis Henry for Sean Stacy and Hudson Standardbreds. And 5 is St. Lad's Criminal, Anthony Hahn for Lori LePage and Rebecca Williamson. And number 6, there's something going on. Bo Brown for Charles Symes and Jennifer Brown and Hunter Holton. And 7, Bold Bet, Jason Ryan for Ken Roy Scaife. Field of 7 for race number 2, and right now St. Lad's Criminal at 6 to 5. Rob, if you would give me that price, I'd take an entire Margaritaville mortgage payment and slam it all on St. Lad's Criminal.
It's a big mortgage payment. It's a real it's a big mortgage payment. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't think we're going to see 6 to 5. And I think his price is going to still come crashing down. Of course, right, we're going to point out, Gary, we always see him on the track like this before the race. Nothing unusual here. He usually kind of, just kind of hops around a little bit and then kind of works himself out of that and gets his game face on closer to post time. But yeah, I mean, what has he done wrong as of late? Absolutely nothing. 6 in a row since coming here to Grand River. And honestly, he's won with just condescending ease, as you always say. Anthony Hahn looks like he's ready to have a nap by the end of some of these races because it's just that easy. Last time 55-4, but I mean, he was off by as much as he pleased under wraps. and he's a horse that's already gone 53-4 over this surface. So, I mean, I think, yeah, 6-5 is probably dreaming. And I thought he'd be every bit of 1-9. We'll probably still see that come post time.
I love the final quarters, 27-4, while he's under wraps and just coasting.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, he comes home strongly. The thing that was impressive about him was, in just his third and fourth start, against Clint Svet, by the way. Let's not forget Clint Svet, who's in here, was an odds-on favorite against him. Not too long ago, and in those races, I mean, he made those killer moves in the third quarter where it looked like he was, down by a margin that might be insurmountable, and he still just chased down the target. Now he's learning how to race on the front end too, right? So I mean, a horse that's only had 8 lifetime starts at the age of 3 and showing this kind of potential, I mean, who knows what his ceiling is.
Would it be wrong of me to mention that on June 9th you took Clint Svet and I took St. Lad's Criminal? Would that be wrong?
No, it's not wrong. It's fair. It's all, listen, all is fair in love and war.
Tell us about Clint
By,
Svet,
by,
because
the,
Conley loves him.
by the way, right now, I mean, there's some serious place action right now on St. Lad's Criminal, which is interesting. There's a lot of place money on St. Lad's Criminal. Conley likes Clint Svet. Yeah, I'm okay with liking Clint Svet. I couldn't put him against St. Lad's Criminal though. I can't. When you look at it and say, okay, so he now missed a bit of time. Well, not too much time. He had a distance line, and then he was off for about 10 days. Then he qualified tremendously well, came back, and I thought raced fantastic last week. But then you go back to those efforts against St. Lad's Criminal, and he did all he could to beat him. Right, he built up big leads on the engine. He tried beating him from off the pace. He just couldn't do it. I don't think that changes tonight. And now we've seen St. Lad's Criminal get better and better and better every week. Now all of a sudden we're supposed to think, well, Klinsbeck can beat him. I don't think so. I would be surprised if he does. But I guess if you were going to take a stand against him, why not jump on the horse that should be feeling really good about himself right now and gets rail control, right? And they'll likely be pushing out of there for the early lead, and at worst trying to sit a 2-hole trip. So I think that Clint Svet is the one that you might want to look at if you want to beat this 3-5 shot. But I think that might be a futile task.
Tignanello actually finished very strongly last race, and that was a pretty solid effort, but post one and a pocket trip.
It was, yeah, perfect trip behind Bold Bet. I needed Bold Bet, of course, and very last step, Tignanello got there. And if you remember, it was one of those ones where you don't think he's ever getting there, and then just lunged at the wire. So it was determined on the end of it, 27-4, and a horse, right, that kind of looks interesting.
Oh, Pizza's
right,
in.
Kind of looks a little. No pizza tonight. Kind of looks interesting. And I just thought, though, that, I wasn't on his bandwagon on that occasion. And this is now infinitely tougher, right? Like infinitely tougher because you've got to go against Clint Svet and, of course, St. Lad's Criminal. So for me, Tignanello was the highest I could put him as third. And I'd be surprised if he did better than that
And a
spot.
thought on PL Quicksand. This is one that isn't in quicksand at all. Actually flashes some pretty good speed.
Well, it's been facing tough horses, right? Because you see lines of St. Lad's Criminal. You see a victory 3-back at this level, and he was a favorite. So it just kind of shows you how, this class can kind of come up a lot tougher sometimes from others because he's a favorite 3-back in here, and now he's 19-1, doing nothing wrong in between. The second to St. Lad's Criminal and the third last time to Tignanello. So, I mean, again, for me, I want to use him in the exotics, try and super. That's about the highest I go with him. But 4-5, does my eyes play tricks on me, Gary?
It's going down. It is going down.
Okay.
9-5 on Clint Svet. Now that's what astonishes me more than anything. But look, it's a horse race. We'll see if the tote board is trying to tell us something. But Clint Svet, PL Quicksand on the inside. In the center, Aussie the second, Tignanello and St. Lad's Criminal. And to the outside, there's something going on. And Bold Bet. Field of 7, race number 2. It's a field of 7 for the second dash on a Friday night as we are gathered at the river. Here they come. They're at the start of the rough, and it is Aussie the second, Clint's Vet, Tignanello, and PL Quicksand, and then St. Lad's Criminal is racing fifth right now. Then there's something going on in Bold Bet. Tignanello wants to come on and grab the lead. Tignanello, Clint's Vet, PL Quicksand is third. Aussie the second is racing fourth, and then St. Lad's Criminal. There's something going on, and Bold Bet, and they race on to the opening quarter. Tignanello at 8-1 has the lead. Clint's Vet, though, is going to pop out right now. Clint's Vet at 7-2 is going to loop up now and take the lead. And racing position second, Tignanello. PL Quicksand is third. Then Aussie the second. And right now, about 10 lengths off the lead, St. Lad's Criminal is relaxed back there racing fifth. And then it is there's something going on in Bold Bet, 28 seconds, the opening quarter. And it is right now Clint's Vet who's got the lead. Tignanello is racing second. PL Quicksand, and St. Lad's Criminal has popped out. Aussie the second is racing fourth, and St. Lad's Criminal now is working on the outside fifth and closing ground. Half was 56 seconds, equal 28 second splits, and it is Clint's Vet who's got the lead. Tignanello is racing second. St. Lad's Criminal makes steady progress. Now PL Quicksand is going to pop out. St. Lad's Criminal is not going to accept second over, and is going to roll up three wide. It is Clint's Vet and PL Quicksand. St. Lad's Criminal is 3-1, and Aussie the second is also moving, and now Clint's Vet is a drop back badly. Three quarters, 124-4. St. Lad's Criminal and PL Quicksand. St. Lad's Criminal on the outside, working to put away PL Quicksand. Then racing a third is Tignanello, and then it's Aussie the second. St. Lad's Criminal. PL Quicksand is working hard on the inside. St. Lad's Criminal, as they come on down the stretch drive, leads it by about a half a length, and now a length, and on the outside, Tignanello. St. Lad's Criminal is under wrap to the finish. Tignanello was second. PL Quicksand third, and Aussie the second, fourth, 154-1. Did drop to 1-5, and well, made it look interesting throughout the race, but still, we love St. Lad's Criminal.
Yeah, we do. You know what? Today was the day that he had to work for it, Gary. I mean, this is the first time I've actually seen him kind of get, kind of, go somewhere anyways with the urging, not near the bottom of the well by any means, but certainly was asked a little bit. And I mean, it makes sense too because he's kind of coming out first over, kind of coming up methodically, and as he accelerated, PL Quicksand came out because something went amiss, obviously with Clint's Vet. And that sent him three high, which again, like he's still a horse, learning the ropes for all intents and purposes, with only eight career starts coming into this, right? But still goes out there and gets the job done. And like I said, there was a massive place bet put on him in the pool, and obviously never really in doubt for that one.
Well, and basically that's saying that they probably figure 210 to win and 210 to place. You might as well play it a little safer.
Well, I guess, yeah. I mean, why not? But hey, listen, it's still a horse race, right? And I mean, today was a day that I actually may have been sweating a little bit, if that was my money, because, like I said, he did have to work a little more for it today. Obviously, Clint's Vet kind of, set pretty hot tempo on the engine. He was a long way out of it, and I think really it kind of comes back to, we've talked about kind of like the depth of this field and some weeks how it comes up softer than others. I thought this was a really, tough version of it, and it's a testament to St. Louis Criminal to say he's still 1-5 when we have Tignanello, who we thought raced really well last time at this level, Clint's Vet coming off victory at this level, PL Quicksand somehow going off 25-1, who's been racing well at this level, and this horse just still overcomes it all and pays 1-5. But again, I think it's more of a testament to how well he's been racing to say this is a pretty deep group today, and he still got hammered off the board.
And it is a 5-4-2-3. And coming back in front of us, the winner of race number 2. It is 5 St. Lad's Criminal, 3-year-old Control the Moment Brown gelding, owned by Rebecca Williamson, trained by Lori LePage. Anthony Hahn, the winning drive, 7th win in a row for St. Lad's Criminal, 7th win lifetime, 154-1. The second race, payouts 5. St. Lad's Criminal 260, 210, 210. 4 Tignanello $4 and 290, and 2PL Quicksand 360, $2 exactor 910, dollar try 1705, dollar super 79.35. The second race, or finish in the top down, 734 2156. That's 734 2156. And fans, while we have a moment, it's a happy 24th birthday to Cody from your loving family. Love from your family. Happy birthday to Cody.
Hey kids, we've got 2 brand new contests for horse lovers who like to take photos or videos. If you are in grades 5 to 8 as of June 1st, enter the Youth Photo Derby and the Youth Video Derby with your photos and videos of standardbreds. You could win up to $250. The deadline for both contests is August 31st. Whether it's the thrill of horses, crossing the finish line, the joy of the winner's circle, or even horses in the field, as long as it's got a standardbred team, that's what we're looking for. Check out our website for more details, bgracingalliance.ca.
Field for the third on parade. 1. Warwi Yuri, Mario by Edoja for the stable. Number 2 is Impressive Dude, Samuel Filia for Eric Nadeau and Louis Watt, Michelle Eithart and Jean Allaire. And number 3 is All-Star Megastar, Scott Gold for Kyle Rule. Four is Leading Resolve, Brett Medalla, John Holing and Morley Bosworth. 5, It's a Long Story, Anthony Hunt for Paul Meekins and Saltwater Stable and Storyline Stables. Number 6, Hamilton DeVee, Travis Henry for Robert Kyle Fellows, and Blair Corbeil and Mike McAllister and Windermere Stable. And number 7 is Ace 44 Elvis, Jay Harris for Mike DeMano and Wendy Warren DeMano and Denise Carr. It's a field of 7, race number 3. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, Rob, the first 2 legs of the pick 5, you singled up and got them home. But this is one you went to 2 of them in here. But your top one and my top one is number 2, Impressive Dude. Slight favorite, 2-1.
Yeah, slight favorite now, 2-1. And by the way, Gary, Zeb's Breaking Dawn. You remember that, Mare, just a winner at Mohawk Park, and we were trendsetters, right? Because we had her here at the river at nearly 7-1. Tonight she wins down there with J-Mac again at odds of 1-5. So there you have it, you and me, trendsetters with Zeb's Breaking Dawn here at the river, almost 7-1. But there's Impressive Dude. And Impressive Dude, I think, looks pretty good on the track right now. Ears up like the pre-race appearance from this one. And I think that, for me, getting to the Prospect Series is probably going to be much needed right now. And I think he's also kind of, improved a bit since his last starts in here where he did get beat by Ace 44 Elvis. And I think that, the inside post position advantage over that one is only going to, help his chances here. I know that he's got speed directly to his left in Warwi Yuri. That one has made a break in stride from the pole position before. So obviously some concerns with that one. But I do think that Impressive Dude is going to try to either, cut it out or sit a 2-hole trip.
And, the tote board is kind of telling the story in terms of the 1, 2, and 7. We both think those are the top 3 in here. But number 7, Ace 44 Elvis, the only reason why that one's not the favorite is the post position. If post positions were even, wouldn't we be on Ace 44 Elvis? I know I would.
It'd be hard to go against him. I mean, because you look at those wins already at this level, right? I mean, he's won by open lengths in each of his last 3 in the Prospect Series, and he's defeated, Impressive Dude on several occasions. So I think that, at the end of the day, you're right. If you put him to the inside of the gate, even alongside those 2, he's the favorite. If you ever flip the post, he's an overwhelming favorite. So the big concern obviously is post 7. He made a break from that starting spot at Dresden 4 starts ago. He rebounded with a victory right here at Grand River and now there's a 2 after that. And last time, I just think it wasn't a good situation for him, right? He was leaving on the outside of the Great Reset, who we both said is probably the fastest horse, one of the fastest trotters you'll see off the gate. And he just had to take back, and that's not his scene. So I think he goes forward tonight. I'm not sure how the trip works out from there, but if he can ever touch down in the lead, he'll be tough to catch.
Number 1, Warwi Yuri is getting a little more love than I thought. I thought you might get more like 3 or 4-1. Has been a favorite, status quo favorite right now. Gate speed, but as you mentioned, this one has made a break on the inside as well, and I think just slightly doesn't have as much as the first 2 we mentioned.
Yeah, it's interesting. I kind of thought that he'd be a bigger price as well. Even at 5-2, I thought the 3-1 was probably a bit generous, only because he's got a good record, obviously. Like you said, he does show flash speed, and he'll probably, ramble out of there and get into a good spot off the gate as long as he can mind his manners. I just thought that he was a notch below both Impressive Dude and Ace 44 Elvis. So, now we see Impressive Dude click down to 6-5. I wasn't expecting him to get that kind of support either. I thought it would kind of be more evenly distributed between those 2 rivals. But Warwi Yuri is in with a chance. I left him off my tickets. I just wasn't sure how the trip would work out tonight. He's got speed coming over from the outside. And like I said, he's also made a break before from this starting spot.
And Leading Resolve, that's a reasonably good measuring stick that last time, because those 2 that finished in front of him, they're pretty good ones.
Yeah, and they've come back to race well since then too. So I think that leading Resolve kind of might be on the outside looking in, but he also might be able to work out the trip, right? Because you've got three horses that all kind of want to have the leader be near it, and he might be able to pick up the pieces. 15 to 1's an overlay on the 4 leading Resolve.
Well, it is a field of seven. Trotters, the Prospect Series, taking up their positions. Warwi Yuri. Impressive Dude on the inside. In the center, All-Star Megastar. Leading Resolve, it's a long story to the outside, Hamilton DeVee and Ace 44 Elvis. Field of seven for the third. There at the start of the rough, Impressive Dude, Hamilton DeVee, Ace 44 Elvis from the outside, leading Resolve, Warwi Yuri, All-Star Megastar. It's a Long Story is trailing the field. Warwi Yuri on the inside, still driving Hamilton DeVee. Impressive Dude between those two, and then racing on the outside, Ace 44 Elvis, and leading Resolve is fifth on the pylons, and then All-Star Megastar. And it's a long story, but Warwi Yuri insisting on the front and has the lead as they race up to the opening quarter. Impressive Dude is racing second. Hamilton DeVee finds a seat on the inside third. In front of Ace 44 Elvis, 28-3 is the opening quarter. Leading Resolve is back there in fifth, and then it is All-Star Megastar. And now stepping to the outside, It's a Long Story. And they work their way off the turn of the field, heads towards us with Warwi Yuri on top off that 28-3 opening quarter. Mario's got a lead right now of a length and 3/4 over Impressive Dude. And to the outside, Ace 44 Elvis now is starting to shake, rattle, and roll. And then it is Hamilton DeVee on the inside, and leading Resolve is on the outside, racing second over fifth. And then All-Star Megastar and It's a Long Story. It is Warwi Yuri at 5-2, still with the lead. Ace 44 Elvis is chipping away. Impressive Dude is getting a nice trip on the inside, but Warwi Yuri still looks good on the lead. Impressive Dude second. Ace 44 Elvis is third, and flattening out now. Hamilton DeVee scoots through to the inside and takes over third. Ace 44 Elvis now is dropping out of it. And then it is back to leading Resolve and All-Star Megastar. And it is Warwi Yuri, Impressive Dude, Hamilton DeVee on the outside as they turn from a 3/4 129-4. And it is Warwi Yuri. Hamilton DeVee is threatening on the outside, and Impressive Dude is looking to dart up the inside, but it is Warwi Yuri digging in. Warwi Yuri as they come to the finish. Warwi Yuri is going to win it. Then Hamilton DeVee, Impressive Dude, and leading Resolve 2-1-1. Front end speed and kept on going. Warwi Yuri, Rob.
Yeah, no, it was a horse I certainly underestimated, no doubt about it. I thought that he'd likely push out for the lead. I thought maybe Impressive Dude would beat him to the punch there, and Ace 44 Elvis would try to come around. The problem was for Ace 44 Elvis is the horse directly to his inside blasted off the wings of the gate too, and we always say that, right? If you can have an outside post with speed, but if the horse directly to your inside leaves out, it really, really makes it difficult on you, and that was pretty much his night because we know he's a front runner, when he's at his best. Impressive Dude, you could see he was kind of laboring trying to keep up with Warwi Yuri, and on the backside for the final time, Mario kind of looked around and said, wow, I'm kind of all alone here. It kind of trotted away from them. Definitely got tired on the end of the mile, Gary, but still an impressive performance.
Yeah, and actually Hamilton DeVee is one that, after watching this race, we might want to keep an eye on because that was a pretty strong effort, much more than we thought.
Yeah, it definitely was. Multiple moves, right? Left hard off the gates, and then also came at the pace setter late when Ace 44 Elvis kind of faded out of it. And it was interesting too because Impressive Dude kind of got beat to the punch for coming to the outside. I don't think it mattered though because he obviously couldn't really make any gains at the passing lane either. But Hamilton DeVee, it was probably the best effort in defeat there. 10-1, one to watch next time. But hey, take nothing away. Warwi Yuri, that's a big effort on the engine and one that I certainly overlooked in the multi-leg wagers.
And back in front of us is one Warwi Yuri, 3-year-old Cadabra Bay, called on by the stable, trained by Mario by Anaja. Mario's also the winning driver. Fourth win for Warwi Yuri this year in lifetime. 2-1-1. The third race payouts: 1 Warwick Uri 710 420 and 286 Hamilton to V 930 and 330. 2 Impressive Dude 210, $2 exactor 82.30, dollar try 127.60, dollar super 507.80. Just a reminder, fans, you can pick up your Industry Day programs for action this coming Monday with a post time of 12:30. They are on sale in the Grandway Lounge. Note those programs are on sale, and note the post time this Monday, 12:30 p.m. The third race, or finished in the top, 1354726. That's 1354726 on the bottom. Field for race number 4 is on parade 1. Sunny Beach Boy Jay Harris for Jerry Duford and Homestretch Holdings. And number 2 is Hank the Hunk, Daryl Thiessen for Jay Conklin and Joyce Jones. 3 is Island Attitude, Travis Henry for Chris Haskell and Don Scholdice. 4 is Scratched. 5 is on the regular, Colin Keller for Kyle Bossens and Frank Brundle. Number 6, Monsignor Chow, Dustin Jones for Reseda Racing. And number 7 is Dark Knight Shadow, Jason Ryan for Men Define and Highland Thoroughbred Farm. Nine is Highland Hot Sauce, Brett Madonna for Michelle Bowen. And note that number 8 is Redland Wrangler, Paul McKenzie for Stephen Charlton and Kathleen Charlton at Redland Farms. Well, let's get a look at this field, and, well, the fans kind of got an attitude here about the 3. They love this one. That's their attitude, and, well, we both have the same attitude about this horse.
Yeah, we do. We think this one should come out victorious, and I wouldn't be surprised if the price continued to go down come post time, Gary, because it was a real impressive effort last time, finishing second to Clint's Vet. Got within a couple of lengths of that one, who was a strong winner. I saw that one kind of, something when I mess with that one tonight against St. Lad's Criminal. But again, this one chased gamely, pacing his own mile in 55 and 2, and hadn't raced in a long time going into that. Now comes back on a regular rotation. We know how much horses can jump forward off that. Races for real solid connections. Travis Henry aboard. I think we're going to see this one go forward off the gate and be tough to beat in here. 3-2 on the board. That price is kind of staying there right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if it takes a tumble come post time.
And then the Highland Hot Sauce is one that you've had some love for, and so far that love hasn't been rewarded. But, still using it on the exactor ticket here. We'll see if there's a reward this evening for you.
Yeah, I'm not too fond of the price right now. I mean, I thought the price would be better. I have to take some support. Like that start 2 back was a real good one. I mean, tons of traffic trouble before having to settle for third at 15 to 1. Last time, obviously more difficult post from post 7. Overland for part of it before, ending up at the bottom end of the super at 19 to 1. Now we're 5 to 1 trailing post. We know that some of the woes that spot's had this season has been wins lately. And I guess if you're going to follow one out, it might as well be the one Sunny Beach Boy, right? Who does flash all kinds of speed. So maybe that will lend itself to a decent trip. I just think that, 5 to 1's too short right now. I was hoping for a better number on him. But yes, I am quite fond of him. And I think we'll see this one come around and maybe get to victory lane in the not so distant future.
And you were mentioning Sunny Beach Boy, back-to-back at 27 and 3 opening quarters, making the front from posts 5 and 4. So if you're going to go to the front from post 5 and 4, you're probably going there from post 1.
Have to expect that this one's going to be, pushing out of there with all kinds of intent off the switch, and did okay, cutting it out 3 back, ended up giving it up to Bull Bet late. Then was no match for that one. 2 starts ago. Last time sat more of an easier trip in third and ended up, finishing in that position in a race won by Clint's Vet. Now, get to see what he is tonight, right? Pole position. You don't have to face the one that beat you last time. Obviously a good one with an Island Attitude. But still, I think that, he could be a danger. I just would have liked to see him finish a little bit stronger in his last couple efforts. That's why I put him down to third in the selections for this race.
And then number 5 on the regular. Well, that last race was a good closing effort. Problem is that was July 14th, and since then missed a start lame.
Yeah, vet scratch due to lameness. So you're missing time between a couple of 7 holes though. Now post 5, and if I can trust someone to bring a horse back off of a little bit of time off, Kyle Boston should be one of the guys I'd be more than willing to get behind. So 8 to 1 though, I think that you'd have to demand a bigger price than that if you're going to play him to win, just for the reasons you mentioned, right? Coming into this off vet scratch lane, but I do think that it kind of figures against this group on his best day. Might not see it today, so I'd say bottom end try and super. He's worth using there, but probably not above that.
The one that I used on the bottom and now actually moved up with a scratch to third is 7 Dark Knight's Shadow. Post might not suit the racing style, but there's some positives in there in terms of overall ability.
Yeah, raced well last time here at the River, right? June 23rd, ended up finishing third in that one to Airline Pilot. Since then, did have a nice second at Rito Carlton. Post six, I guess, comes in that spot, might help out a little bit. The horse that I'm intrigued by, to watch for next time is the 2 Hank the Hunk. Thought that last time finished up nicely, but that was first start of his career. I think he might need a couple more before he's ready to pop.
It's a field of 8. It's race number 4. Shaking up their position, Sunny Beach Boy, Hank the Hunk on the inside, and the Center Island Attitude on the regular and Monsieur Chow. And to the outside, Dark Knight Shadow, Redland Wrangler, and the second tier, Highland Hot Sauce. It's a field of 8. It's the 4th dash on a Friday night at Grand River Raceway. Here they come, giddy up. And Hank the Hunk has made a break in stride. Sunny Beach Boy will blast out. Island Attitude is racing in the center of the track, trying to come on against Sunny Beach Boy. And then Monsieur Chow is racing third. Dark Knight Shadow gets away well to race from fourth. Island Attitude has got the lead, and Sunny Beach Boy is racing, filling the pocket. Monsieur Chow third. Dark Knight Shadow and on the regular. Then Highland Hot Sauce is sixth away. And Redland Wrangler. It is Island Attitude. 1-5 on the board, and Island Attitude and Travis Henry sitting very calm on the bike and popping right now. Monsieur Chow took out from third and is trying to force the issue, and Monsieur Chow is coming with a burst of speed and is trying to clear to the front, and Monsieur Chow is going to take the lead. Island Attitude is racing second, Sunny Beach Boy third, Dark Knight Shadow is racing fourth. Monsieur Chow at 60-1 leads as they charge up towards the half. Island Attitude is racing second. Sunny Beach Boy third. Dark Knight Shadow is racing fourth. And then on the regular, as they work their way on around the turn. And then it is further back on the inside to Highland Hot Sauce. And then Redland Wrangler of a half of 1 minute and 1/5. And now Sunny Beach Boy is going to pop out from third and go after Monsieur Chow. Monsieur Chow, Sunny Beach Boy, Island Attitude, and Travis Henry was content to stay down to the inside on the back of Longshot Monsieur Chow. Now Dark Knight Shadow on the outside is coming on and has taken over third. Island Attitude on the inside fourth and now is blocked in the back of Monsieur Chow, who's weakening. And it is Sunny Beach Boy. Dark Knight's Shadow. Monsieur Chow is back to third, now to the outside on the regular. And Island Attitude is blocked with nowhere to go in Highland Hot Sauce. The field turns for home. On down the stretch drive they come. Sunny Beach Boy. Sunny Beach Boy, and second will be Dark Knight's Shadow, Highland Hot Sauce, and on the regular, Sunny Beach Boy 159-1. Well, Island Attitude had some traffic trouble. That race changed dramatically when Monsieur Chow was able to come up and grab the lead. And, well, Rob, your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, I kind of was surprised to see Monsieur Chow move to the lead, first of all. And then, beyond that, certainly, thought Island Attitude would probably remove at some point. And then when that didn't happen, as soon as they started looping around, he's in big trouble, right? You got a 67-1 shot, in front of you. And, that horse, I mean, is likely going to shorten stride at some point. And if they're all coming around, you're going to be stuck in that spot. And that's exactly what happened. So Island Attitude at 1-5, goes down. This is going to obviously help, payoffs in the multi-legs and certainly vertically in this race too, Gary, because there's bombs, in and around this one with Island Attitude missing the ticket altogether, and one you obviously got to put on the watch list for next time because was overloaded with pace, but was nowhere to go, and by the time he got any kind of clearance, it was much too late.
Yeah, my pick 5 ticket, I'm loving that I went too deep and added one Sunny Beach Boy. And listen, Jay Harris, smart move. I mean, he pulled out from third. He popped out pretty quickly, knew he wanted to try to loop around, and that was the smart move.
Yeah, beat him to the punch, right? If you do that, it's going to give you that huge edge. When if you're going to be making a move first over against a horse. I mean, granted, horses sometimes can win at long odds, but you want to be doing it when there's a horse on the engine at at long odds like Monsieur Chow was. And as soon as Sunny Beach Boy clears, I mean that's curtains for Island Attitude's chances. So that's what really earned the victory here. Is still raced well in his own right. But still that move won the race, no doubt about it. And these prices underneath, Gary, look at that, bombs away. You see a huge try and super coming up.
Dark Knight Shadow, my choice for third, 317, my top three, 35 to 1. Coming back in front of us is one Sunny Beach Boy, 4-year-old Sunshine Beach Bay gelding, owned by Homestretch Holdings and Lloyd and Barbara Tiley. Jerry Duford is the trainer. Jay Harris, the Green Arrow, victorious in race number 4. First win for Sunny Beach Boy, 159 and 1. The fourth race payouts won. Sunny Beach Boy, $10, 580 and 367. Dark Knight's Shadow, $16 and $12 and 9. Highland Hot Sauce, $640. $2 Exactor, $289.90. Dollar Try, $312.40. Dollar Super, $994.70. And fans, while we have a moment, we'd like to give a little shout out to Peter. Peter is celebrating 44 years in Canada. How you doing, Peter? Hope you're enjoying your night at the track. Fourth race, or we finish from the top, 185 scratch 46273. That's 185 scratch 46273. Field 4, Race 5 on Parade 1, Payline. Travis Henry for Stephen Charlton and Roderick Gillis. Number 2, Betting on the Beach. Daryl Thiessen for Pat Hudon and Warren Casely. And 3's Wall Street Belle. Samuel Fillion for Blake McIntosh and Hutt Racing and Ozzie McKay. And 4's River Cruise. Brett McDonough for Richard Moreau and Nora Parks. 5 is Come On Artie. Jay Harris for Brett Lester and Diane Silvestri. And number 6, Up Joey's Credit. Colin Kelly for Jacob Roberts and James Woods. 7, Moonwatcher Dan Meegans for Janice Van Nast. 8 is Major Arma. Lauren House for Samuel Taylor. And 9, Brookdale Seb, Jason Ryan for Gerard Demers and Dwayne Solaire. Field of 9, race number 5. Well, Rob, look at the tote board. This is how you want to see a tote board when you're looking to handicap these. And we're going to start off with number 6, Up Joey's Credit, who is a favorite, but at 4-1 favorite.
Yeah, 4-1 favorite. Now, especially in a high 5 race too, right, Gary? A competitive race like this can lead to some real big payouts, and kind of look like that way on paper too coming into it. I mean, I was kind of siding with horses towards the outside of the gate and put Up Joey's Credit on top. It wasn't like there was much, separating him between the others for me. But you remember last time, we kind of were wondering how he was such a big number on the board after going 52-2 over Rito Carlton and non-winners of 30,000 Life, and then sat in the 3-hole for much of that mile, edged out, kind of in the late stages, and was behind horses and didn't know if he had an abundance of pace, but certainly didn't really have the opportunity to strut his stuff like he might have tonight. So I thought that he should be brave coming into this and was worth taking a crack on it, which should be a decent price. And even though he is the favorite, he's still offering 4-1.
And others to take a look at, of course, we have to talk about Moonwatcher. And last race might be a sign of improvement. And then, of course, this one was so good earlier in the meet. So maybe he's coming back around.
Yeah, that's what I thought he'd be a winner last time, and obviously just couldn't get to Arts Alive, who got away on the engine. But you're right, step in the right direction. Both of his last 2, he made big moves in the third quarter. Last time he got all the way to second, albeit he still got beat by more than 2 lengths to that winner. Before that, obviously, had more work to do, and 3 back was never really in the same time zone as them after he got away 9th off the gate from post 8. But he piled up wins in this class already. At some point, he's going to get to the winner's circle again. And tonight, from post 7, proving he's been versatile in the past, I don't really think that hurts him so much because he can race from out the pace. And 9-2 in the board is probably about the right price.
Number 5, Come On Artie, is one that we're having trouble figuring. I mean, he looks good in spots, but sometimes he leaves us just wishing for a little bit more. But still, overall, he's a pretty competitive one. He races out of a good barn.
It's true, yeah. And before he came to this barn, too, I thought he was a talented little racehorse. And his first start for Brett Lester, he almost got the better of Twin Bee Nation, it looked like, on the turn for home before getting put away from that by that one. Came back as a big favorite and went on the lead and tired to get beat by a wide margin. Last time, I thought, was a step back in the right direction. So might see that from him again tonight. And again, I know that he's one that you put on top in here. And Gary, 4-1 on the board, and right now a slight second choice to 2 co-favorites of 7-2. This odds board really hasn't shifted much. It stayed kind of equal throughout, and no real definitive favorite at any point.
People just having trouble figuring it out, and they're also using River Cruise and Richard Moreau 7-2.
Yeah, 4th start for that top trainer, and a couple of third place finishes over the course of those efforts so far for that barn. And, post edge on the ones we've talked about, early foot if he wants to use it. And I think his best path would be to just leave out of there and sit and hope for the best. One that's taken support throughout the betting as well, now goes down to co-favoritism again with Up Joey's Credit at 3-1.
And Wall Street Belle's been getting a little bit of love, but so far this year, 0-12 on the win column.
Yeah, it's hard for me to get there on top for him. I used him underneath for second last time. at a big price. He ended up fading to fourth, but that tactical speed, right? He could probably leave better than anyone in this race, but he's just got to leave and sit and hope he can get a big chunk of it. 9-1 to me is about the price you'd have to demand if you're betting him to win.
Well, right now, the favorite status is shared between River Cruise and Up Joey's Credit. I've got Caminardi as my top one at 9-2. It's a field of 9, Payline betting on the beach, and Wall Street Bell to the inside. River Cruise and Caminardi. And to the outside of Joey's Credit, Moonwatcher and Major Arma. And the second tier, Brookdale Sab. It's a field of 9, fifth dash. Here they come. Field is at the start, and they're off betting on the beach, and Caminardi will blast out with Wall Street Bell and River Cruise, and Payline along to the inside. Caminardi is coming out hard in the early action. Caminardi is able to come on and grab the lead. Payline, Wall Street Bell, River Cruise on the outside, but now Brookdale Seb is racing fourth, and River Cruise is trying to find a seat, and that seat will be fifth on the inside in front of betting on the beach, and then Up Joey's Credit is racing seventh, then Moonwatcher and Major Arma. Caminardi 6-5 on the board, took a bunch of late money. Caminardi 27-4 the opening quarter. Payline second, Wall Street Bell third, then Brookdale Seb and River Cruise, and now Up Joey's Credit is working on the outside, but sixth and is closing though. Then betting on the beach, back to Moonwatcher and Major Arma. Caminardi leads up towards the half of a 27-4 opening quarter, looking for that breather, leads a couple of lengths though. Payline's racing second, Brookdale Seb to the outside, first up third, and then following to the outside is Up Joey's Credit, and on the inside Wall Street Bell. They work their way into the backstretch up a 57-second halftime, and Caminardi is on fire on the lead. Brookdale Seb is trying to take second from Payline. Up Joey's Credit is now grabbing fourth, but has a lot of work to do as Caminardi is getting away on the field. Wall Street Bell is racing fifth. Then it is back to River Cruise and Moonwatcher. Betting on the beach and Major Arma. Caminardi now leads by 7 or 8 lengths. It is Caminardi who continues to fire. 125 to 3/4. Caminardi is getting away. Leads by about 9 lengths. Brookdale Seb is second. Wall Street Bell Payline, and then Up Joey's Credit on down the stretch drive they come. Caminardi is going to walk home, and it doesn't matter. He's going to win it going away and take it by about 9 or 10 lengths. Coming on to get second was Moonwatcher, then Brookdale Seb and Wall Street Bell. 155 flat. Rob, I took Caminardi on top, but I didn't see that kind of effort coming.
Well, no, you were spot on with Caminardi, and you're filling your pockets too, right? Going into the weekend and Industry Day. Nice little pick 5 score.
Yeah, and, well, we just throw it all into Monday.
That's right. You got to have those dollars to spend on Monday with all those big guaranteed pools. And Caminardi, I mean, it's a dominant victory, right? And we thought it was a step in the right direction last time. I was really fond of this horse 3 starts ago. He let me down big time on that occasion, but looked like he just needed a couple starts to get back to what he needed to be. It's a huge mile, right? 57 into the half. Then he comes home nicely, mile on 155 flat, and there's no one near him anywhere in the same time zone as him coming to the wire. Obviously, Moonwatcher, one that's always on my watch list. You put him on there again because he was blocked for, much of that mile, especially the late stages with all kinds. When he finally shook loose, came on real strong to be second there to round up this exacta, which should pay pretty nicely. And Caminardi, though, Gary, took all the late money, right? 6-5 on an odds board that didn't really have a favorite at any point. Got hammered late.
Yeah, the money came down late, and the snap speed off the gate was really impressive. Although we did see that July the 14th, the difference was in that one backed away. No backing away now. Well, I'm backed away just a touch at the end when it didn't really matter at all.
Yeah, no, I think too that again the race was long over. Last time when he backed away, it was in the final turn. This time it gets past that and then some. Real nice victory for Caminardi.
It's a 5-7-9-3-1, and back in front of us is the winner of race number 5. It is number 5, Caminardi, a 3-year-old Art Speak Bay colt owned by Diane Silvestri, trained by Brett Lester. Jay Harris, the Green Arrow, with the driving double. It's the 5th win this year for Caminardi, 6th lifetime. 155 flat, a new career mark. The fifth race payouts five. Come on, Artie. 450, 310, $3. Seven Moon Watcher, 330, 270. Nine Brookdale Seb, 580. $2 exactor, 43.90. Dollar try, 223.70. Dollar pick three of three, 105.10. Dollar win for 299.45. The dollar pick five, 286.25. 20-cent high five, 785.94. The fifth race, or finish in the top, 584-619-273. That's 584-619-273.
At the halfway point of our card here on a fantastic Friday night at Grand River Raceway. Beautiful shot of the Allura sky right there, brought to you by our broadcast team. And, well, Gary Guy gave you a winning ticket in the early pick 5, just over $57 for a 20-cent ticket. Nice score there for Gary. I'm going to try to do the same now in this late pick 5. Guaranteed pool. So no guaranteed pool. 15% is the low takeout. Those guaranteed pools are all going to come, though, on Monday. We've got lots that night. All of our multi-leg wagers will be guaranteed on that occasion, including our high five at the end. Oh, good call. Look at that. I got to get the clock set. You're right. 12:30 post time Monday, Industry Day. Don't worry, I'll get it right. Race number 6 right here for me, 2 deep with the 3 and 6. Called in sick. I won't be doing that on Monday. Is one of the ones I'm using. My top choice, though, the 6 Punches in Bunches. 8-1 morning line. Bet down to 8-5 right now. Love this horse making his return after a layoff. Think he can get right back to the winner's circle. Race 7, the 1 and 5. Sunglasses at Night's interesting in there, the 6, but I just went too deep with the 1 and 5 on my ticket in that division of the Prospect Series. Race 8, singling up on the 6, Shoot the Whiskey. She's my best bet of the night. I think she'll be real tough to beat in there. She can win from anywhere, too. And race 9, the 1, 2, 3, and 4, and a $7,000 claiming event. Very competitive looking race there. Going to try to get a price down on top with the 3 Bohannon, but 4 deep for me. Money leg just 2 deep. Well, just 1 deep now because the 3 Artistic Meadow is scratched. So American Ticket, the 4, is the one we're going alone with. Just $3.20 for a 20-cent ticket again. Just the 4 American Ticket in the finale for yours truly. See if we've got a ticket for Conley. Conley is going with in the opening. Hear that beautiful sky there. I know Gary loves it. It's his favorite part of the show when we show the sky in the background. 1, 4, and 5 here in the opening leg. So 3, 4, and 5 for Conley. So he's got called in sick. He doesn't have Punches and Bunches, though. Does not have my top choice, the 6 Punches and Bunches, who is the favorite right now at 9-5. Then he'd like a bunch of 1s to run out because he's got the 1 and 5 in race 7 and the 1, 4, 5 in race number 8. So does not have Shoot the Whiskey on his ticket either. He's taking a stand against Robert tonight. Conley is. And then race 9, he's got the 1 and 5 at Shadow of Lindy and the 5 Disney Man. And he's going to finish it off with the 1 Broken and the 4 American Ticket. $14.40 for Conley's ticket again. After this race, he'd love to see a bunch of 1s come through. But you've got just a couple of minutes to map out your winning wagers for this late pick 5 sequence. Pool's always the takeout is always a low 15%. We'll be back in just a moment or two to take a closer look at race number 6.
Field for the 6th on parade. 1, Shanghai Kai, Lauren House for Scott McNiven and Kimberly McNiven and Donald Douglas. And number 2, Beef and Cheddar, Colin Kelly for Isaac Waxman and Tess Waxman and Maureen Taylor. 3, called in sick, Brett Madonna for Tim Myers and David Omakoli. And 4 is the Lonely Charlie, Jason Ryan for Tim Jacobson and James Lewis. 5, Troubles a Brewing, Anthony Hahn for Anthony Beaton and David Mercer. And number 6, Punches in Bunches, Garrett Rooney for Douglas Schweitzer. Field of 6, race number 6. Let's get a look at this field. And Well, Rob, earlier in this meet, you said one of your favorite horses of all time is Called In Sick, and well, you're flashing your loyalty here with Punches and Bunches as your top pick.
Yeah.
No loyalty over there in Margaritaville, I guess.
Yeah, well, my favorite horse of all time. He is. He's one of my favorite horses. I think my words were one of my favorite horses on the B tracks. But hey, I'll give him all time status because of the fact that he's won 3 races off event scratch sake. But no, I went to Punches and Bunches here because you know what? This horse was incredible. Earlier this season, 8 for 13. He's hit the board in 12 of those efforts, 4 for 4 as a 2-year-old, and just was tearing up the track at Western Fair, and now comes back after a layoff. And what I love about this, Gary, is that he's got 3 qualifiers to his credit. So this is a horse that should be ready to roll at first asking, coming off the bench. Looks good on the track right now. And 8-1 morning line, I thought we might be able to sneak by with a price here. My God, nothing close to it. 1-2 right now. And I think that if he is ready to roll, this field's got their hands full because he turned in some really incredible performances over at the Raceway in London.
Number 3, Called In Sick of all time. Maybe I added a little bit, but it just makes a stronger statement when you just add a little bit. So listen, what
Well,
would
hey,
make it even funnier here? I took Called In Sick on top. It'd be really hilarious if he wins.
well, it'd be ironic, right? And it would be. Listen, I'd be happy though because I've got him on my ticket, and I also am very fond of the horse. We'll even say it. We'll say one of my favorite horses of all
Not
time,
that
called him
fond.
Sick. But he's 4-1 right now. I'm getting more fond of him because of the price. I honestly thought he would probably go off as a lukewarm favorite here because he's got some excuses to work with in his last couple. Overland for a long way, 2 back before settling for fourth, and then last time seventh off the gate, never really able to get into it, and now gets a better post to work from, shorter field. He's a horse that's proven he can do it, on the pace, off the pace. So short field probably helps him. But I just couldn't go against Punches and Bunches. So I've got him picked for second in here. I've got him on my multi-leg tickets in case he does happen to pop, and I know you'll be more than happy to take that win away from me.
Oh, absolutely. But listen, let's talk about Five Troubles of Bruin because don't fall asleep on him in here.
No, you can't. Last time, I think he probably could have fared a bit better, but I guess in the end, he only got beat by a head. He lost to a horse that was raced really well on the outside, who ended up coming back to win already. And somewhere in Tuscany, beat him up the passing lane, so that horse had the big trip advantage. So battled a long way before finishing third as the favorite. Just the post now, right now he's here at the post 5. What does he do? He's shown he can race from off the pace before. I'm just not so sure he's gonna be able to get the lead. And you've got some speed to the inside. Beef and Cheddar, Shanghai Kai can leave like a rocket off the switch as well. So I just kind of got lost in the mix with him tonight and put him in the third spot.
Boy, those first 3 are pretty good when you leave Isaac Waxman out of the top 3. He's got such a strong barn.
It's true. Beef and Cheddar too. Back-to-back victories off the claim, and also racing. And last time against Open Claiming Company, right? So people might say, okay, well, that's an easier spot than this, but not really. And Beef and Cheddar, I love me some Arby's. Can never get Megan to go with me though.
Well, no comment. I'm just going to call the races because I just like to play it straight. Shanghai Kai and Beef and Cheddar on the inside. In the center, Called In Sick and You Lonely Charlie. Troubles of Bruin and Punches and Bunches on the outside. I'll go with you, Rob. Field of 6, race number 6. It is post time. Field 4, race number 6. Gathering speed, approaching the start. And the rough, Beef and Cheddar, Called In Sick, Troubles of Bruin, You Lonely Charlie, Shanghai Kai, and Punches and Bunches is relaxed away, trailing the field, and Beef and Cheddar's got the lead. Troubles of Bruin is second, Called In Sick is third in the early action, then a gap of 2 or 3. Shanghai Kai, You Lonely Charlie, and Punches and Bunches has yet to punch, is trailing. They roll on to the opening quarter. Beef and Cheddar and Colin Kelly has the front. Then Troubles of Bruin second. Called In Sick is third. Then it is Shanghai Kai, You Lonely Charlie, and Punches and Bunches trailing 27-3 the opening quarter. Beef and Cheddar at 4-1. has the lead advantage about 2.5 over Troubles Brewing, and Called In Sick is racing third. Then Shanghai Kai, Yellow Lonely Charlie, and Punches in Bunches. But right now, Beef and Cheddar freewheeling it on top has a lead of about 2.5 lengths over Troubles Brewing, and Called In Sick is racing third. Shanghai Kai fourth, and then Yellow Lonely Charlie and Punches in Bunches, and Colin Kelly and Beef and Cheddar trying to bottom out the field off a half of 56 and 4 and leads by 2.25. Then racing second, Troubles Brewing. Now Called In Sick is going to chase on the outside. Gets a tap by Brett McDonald to pick it up and is moving. And then also from the backfield, Punches and Bunches is starting to punch. Shanghai Kai is racing fourth. Punches and Bunches at fifth. And the Lonely Charlie is racing sixth. Beef and Cheddar. Called In Sick now has taken second. Troubles Brewing third. Punches and Bunches is now starting to swing them as they race to the top of the stretch off 3/4, 125 and 2. Beef and Cheddar. Called In Sick, Punches and Bunches, and Troubles Brewing. They turn for home. Called In Sick and Beef and Cheddar on down the stretch route they come. Called In Sick is closing. Called In Sick is called the winner at the finish. And then Beef and Cheddar, Punches and Bunches, and Troubles Brewing. 155 and 1. Called In Sick, Rob.
Yeah, Called In Sick, and he got hammered down to 4-5. But A2 Brute, eh? It's you just jump right on the bandwagon when I jump off. Another win for Gary Guy, anyways. And listen, Called In Sick tonight, much better effort, isn't it? Because this is what we were more accustomed to seeing from him, is battling it out, and just kind of getting the better of rivals in the late stages. I haven't seen that from him in the last couple starts, but tonight he does it. Beef and Cheddar, did a lot of things right in that contest. Moving into this, this class, racing for a bigger person, what he'd been racing for. And I thought it was a valiant effort and defeat. So Isaac Waxman certainly has that one, racing at his absolute best. And Punches and Bunches, you know what? It's too much work to do tonight, Gary. I think, well, I'll jump back on him again next time. He went up to 5-2. I was kind of licking my chops at the price of 5-2 when he was making that big move, but it was just too much to overcome.
And certainly, he could use a start. He hasn't raced since May the 8th. He did qualify 3 times, but still, that start will stead him quite well.
It will, definitely will. He's chasing some real difficult rivals, right? And Called In Sick, and came from a long way out of it. He'll benefit big time from that. I thought you just said the 3 qualifiers meant he was good to go, but obviously he's a horse that does have tactical speed. He's got away last off the gate, so I think next time, hopefully he draws inside. Price will likely be a lot shorter. I think he goes right to the winner's circle.
Well, the lack of loyalty from Margaritaville gets punished here in race number 6 with 3 Called In Sick coming back in front of us. 4-year-old Better's Delight, big gelding owned by David O'Macaulay. Tim Myers is the trainer. The winning drive to Brett McDonald. It's the second win this year, 11th lifetime. Called In Sick, 155 and 1. The 6th race payout, 3 Called In Sick, $3.90, $3.250, 2 Beef and Cheddar. $6.50 and $3.30 and 6 Punches and Bunches, $2.10, $2 exactor, $23. Dollar try, $32.50. Dollar super, $55.85. The sixth race order finished in the top down 5-1-6-4-3. That's 5-1-6-4-3 on the bottom.
The old Robert off angle proving positive in race 6, called in sick, getting the job done to kick off that late pick 5. Well, time for the late pick 4 starting right here in race number 7. Low takeout as always, just 15%. Nice little division of the prospect series to kick off this pick 4 sequence. I've got the 1 and 5 here, thinking those are the main two. My 1% has won 2 in a row, was a winner last time here at the River by a head. Impressive effort to get the job done that time around. The 5 Fox Valley, Ontario, though, is one that should enjoy facing softer competition. He's been racing against OSS grassroots horses in his last couple. I think that he'll be difficult to beat if he can get off the gate from post 4 now with the scratch of the 3 deal and double. In race number 8, singled up on the 6 Shoot the Whiskey. Again, that one will be pretty tough to beat in there if she can bring her A game. Solid group, though, of affiliate mares in that non-winners of 3,000 last 3 pacing event. Race 9, it's a $7,000 claimer for horses and geldings, and I thought this looked like a pretty tricky affair. Not one that I thought looked all that easy, even though there is an 8-5 shot morning line with the 2 Joe King. I went 4 deep, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and Bohannon, the 3, is my top choice. That most recent start just a few days ago at Georgian Downs appeared to be kind of locked and blocked in the stretch and had some pace. So maybe Brave coming into this, maybe gets onto the into the win column for the first time this season. Race number 10, as you see on the board right now, just the 4 now with the scratch of the 3 Artistic Meadow. Going along with American Ticket. Last time, probably should have closed it out in the pole position, going a long way in the lead. Ended up getting beat by a neck at the wire. Gets down to an even softer spot, though. Moves in a spot on the gate. All kinds of early foot. I think she'll be tough to catch this time around, even though she got beat last time. I think she comes right back with a victory here. So that's just going to be just 2 times 4 is 8. It's just going to be $1.60 now. $1.60 for a 20-cent ticket, or $8 for $1. There's Conley's ticket. Like I said, these last 4 races, he'd love to see the 1 just run it out with rails throughout these 4. He's got the 1 and 5 here in race 7, the same 2 that I have. Then he goes 1, 4, 5 in race 8, leaving off the 6. Shoot the Whiskey. Race 9, 2 deep with the 1 and 5. He's using Disneyman, the 5 one that I left off my ticket. Race 10, 2 deep with the 1 and 4. He's got American Ticket, but he's using Broken from the rail, who I thought raced pretty well from that spot last time out as well. $4.80 for Conley's ticket. Just call Minnesota, map out your winning wagers. They are coming onto the track right now for the second division of the Prospect Series this evening. We'll be back in just a moment or two. Take a closer look at race number 7.
Field 4, race 7 on parade 1 is my 1%, Brett McDonough for Dominic Gladue and the stable. And number 2 is Electro Longleg, Steve Byron for Gino Cicero. Number 3, scratch 4 is Great Legend Andre Goy, drives and trains for Gino Toscani. And number 5 is Fox Valley, Ontario, Garrett Rooney for Randall Fulmer and Phil Catcher. And number 6, Sunglasses at Night, Scotty Calder for Jeff Graham and Chase and Jennifer Graham. Field of 5, race number 7. Let's get a look at this field and start with number 5, Fox Valley, Ontario. You've been watching those races at Mohawk, and certainly Fox Valley, Ontario is one they've been plenty impressed with.
Yeah, I have been impressed, especially that victory 3 back non-winners of 1, Gary. It was a real nice one on that occasion. With Tyler Borth aboard, came back, finished, I thought, a real solid 3rd. And the OSS Grassroots and last time never really had much of a chance. Got away 6th off the gate. He's kind of got outrun at a long price. Looks real sharp tonight, though. Looks pretty proud of himself on the track. And this, prospect series, obviously the lower tier of the Ontario Sire Stakes. And I think that this was a great spot for him to get back in the win column. And one that you look at it and has been beaten by my 1% before, who is the 3 to 5 favorite right now. But I do think that this one can get the better of that one tonight if he gets away off the gate, right? He moves at a spot to post 4 now. He does his best work, though, when he's forwardly placed. I think that's got to be the game plan.
The question with my 1%, also, this is one I'm interested how he gets off the gate, but it didn't matter the last couple. But also, you do see some big gate speed in different spots a little further back.
You do, and I think you see a pretty good score down right now, too, right? From Brett McDonald to my 1%. So I think that's going to show the intent off the gate. And you do see that miscue at in Sarnia, though, from the pole position in the prospect series. So definitely, one that maybe gets a little bit hot, behind the gate when he's trying to go forward. And 3 to 5 right now. I mean, he's getting bet off the board. I think that'll probably even out a little more. I'm not saying that Fox Valley, Ontario should be, the overwhelming favorite in here, but I think it should be a little more evenly distributed than it is right now at 4 to 5 and 2 to 1. And again, my 1% raced really well over the surface last time, but did come from quite a ways out of it. Was overland before diving back to the inside. And you said he's showing versatility in the way he races, but I think he wants to be closer tonight, even though it is a compact field.
And then, you're kind of Mr. Ontario and Mr. Harness Racing. Those races at Dresden, you tend to see racing everywhere. What about those 3 wins for Sunglasses at Night?
They've been really strong. So I actually do provide selections for Dresden every Sunday. I think now it's going to be Monday for their closing day, but I do provide selections for them. And Sunglasses at Night has won 3 in a row over that surface. Last time I actually needed the pace setter, Dusty Lane Thunder, in that race for an upset. And at every point I thought I was a winner, Gary, until Sunglasses at Night kicked into gear and just accelerated past that rival in the stretch to win by 2 lengths going away. And really has just been a horse that refused to lose in each of his last 3. So he's in good form right now. You should be bringing with confidence. And it was one that, I toyed with using, but I didn't want to go 3 deep, though, right? You're a 6-horse field. Didn't want to spend, too much in these multi-legs. So I ended up leaving him off. But, he's been racing well enough right now that you can make an argument that, he's one that you should put right there. And 6 to 1 is certainly not a bad price.
And number 2, Electro Longlegs. Well, those legs have been electrified early, but then they've been kind of running out of charge of late.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting horse because, I mean, this one, raced at Mohawk Park earlier in the season, and a couple times I took a shot on this one at the big track, thinking that maybe, he could go with those. 1 for 18 on the year, 6 on the board finishes, though, and does show, some good races. And like you said, a horse that has speed off the gate and sometimes can carry it. So if we see that tonight, maybe can get a decent chunk, but they're all going to get a share of it, right? There's only 5 of them now, so they all end up getting a piece of this, prospect series division. I would say Electro Longlegs for me, probably bottom end of the Tri Super would be the ceiling.
We might as well touch on Great Legend while we're waiting for the start of this race. And it was a great start here. June the 21st was really strong for Andre Goy, but the last couple not as good, and then made a break last race.
Yeah, made a break last time, and that was just trying to keep up with the winner. If you remember, All Star Megastar kind of went to the lead and kind of just ran them off their feet in that one. And Great Legend, I thought when made a break in stride. I don't really know if it was getting on that one anyways, but I mean, six, pretty good efforts, right? In each of those, things got that one distance line making a break at Sarnia, but everything else was kind of races where he was in the mix at some point. And last time in the Prospect Series, of course, got beat by a wide margin after being overland for a bit, but has shown that he doesn't mind the surface. So I mean, I guess that's a positive. I just thought maybe he's overmatched in here, right? I think that in the non-winners of one, maybe even the step up here, the trotting class, maybe he can go with those right now. But in this particular division of the Prospect Series, he's got to face off against some pretty decent horses that have already won a non-winners of two. And done some pretty good things, even at Mohawk Park. So I think he's overmatched tonight.
Number one, my 1% has been taking all the money early and is still at 4-5. You got to be licking your chops. Fox Valley, Ontario is going to leave out a post position 4. That post position should work if Fox Valley, Ontario wants to get off the gate well enough. If it holds at 2-1, that's got to be that's a pretty decent value play for you, right?
I think so. Yeah, you know what? I would say especially because of the pre-race appearance too. Like I thought he looked fantastic on the track, and like you said, it's sometimes easier to kind of leave from out there and kind of crash down on the horses on the inside when blasting off the wings of the gate. And I think that for one like my 1%, maybe some concern for trying to leave hard from there with that break before, and they get a little bit crowded. This is a shorter field, so maybe that won't bother him as much. But again, I price wise right now, there's no question what direction I'd be going in, and I already had that one on top.
Well, my 1% is on the board at even money. I'm not happy with even money, but I still like my 1%, but I think they're a little closer than the odds board should suggest. And it might get a little closer as we're just about moving into post time. And it is a field of 5 for race number 7. The starter is moving into position. Taking up their positions, my 1%, Electro Longlegs on the inside. In the center, Great Legend. And to the outside, Fox Valley, Ontario. And Sunglasses at Night. It is a field of 5 for race number 7, and my 1% is Off Stride. There at the start of the rough, Electro Longlegs, Fox Valley, Ontario, Great Legend, and Sunglasses at Night. Electro Longlegs has those legs on top right now. And racing second, Great Legend, Fox Valley, Ontario third, and Sunglasses at Night fourth, and that early break from my 1%. Who's way back and out of this one. Electro Longlegs at 21-1 has the lead as they race their way on up to the opening quarter. Great Legend is racing second. Fox Valley, Ontario, even money on the board now, third. And Sunglasses at Night is racing fourth. Electro Longlegs, 29-1 opening quarter. Electro Longlegs, Great Legend. There goes Fox Valley, Ontario right now as Garrett Rooney doesn't want to wait and is looking to pounce and try to clear before the turn as they race up towards the half. And it is Electro Longlegs on the inside. Fox Valley, Ontario on the outside is gliding up on the outside and is still about a head back. And then Great Legend is third, and Sunglasses at Night is racing fourth. Electro long legs trying to fend off Fox Valley, Ontario. 1 minute flat the halftime. Great Legend is third. Sunglasses at Night is fourth. And Fox Valley, Ontario now is going to grab the lead. And that cushion is about a length right now. Length and a quarter. And now a length and a half. And Fox Valley, Ontario is trying to clear to the front and is able to do so. Sunglasses at Night, though, now is moving up. And Sunglasses at Night wants to darken the picture of Fox Valley, Ontario. And then Electoral Longlegs is third. 3/4, 129 and 1. Fox Valley, Ontario. Sunglasses at Night on the outside trying to chip away. Electoral Longlegs is third. Fox Valley, Ontario, as they come on down the stretch drive, is Duggan gamely and is going to win it without urging now. Sunglasses at Night is second. The Electoral Longlegs third, and Great Legend fourth, 158 and 4. The mild chime, and Fox Valley, Ontario looked very strong coming to the finish, Rob.
Yeah, he did, and he kind of got away third. Obviously, the whole race changes right when my 1% doesn't make the gate and makes that break a long way back there. And we said a horse that was kind of fired up, being scored down, and looked a little bit hard on the track. And sometimes when you kind of change that strategy, coming from off the pace and trying to leave out of there, that might do it to you. But it didn't get even near the gate tonight. Even money, obviously, be a subject of the judge's inquiry. But I think that Fox Valley, Ontario raced pretty good. All things considered, anyways. Ended up going first over, and Electro Longlegs, I think, tried to actually fend him off for as long as he could before this one just kind of forged past. And then Sunglasses at Night, kind of ranged up, the kind of way he's been racing, right? Ranged up on a horse this time around, though, just kind of met his match, couldn't get to him. So I think a solid effort in victory. Just have to see if the price stays where it is at even money or plunges down much lower than that.
Well, of course, even money in both the 1 and 5, it will depend on my 1%, but they did go off both at even money. But I think from what I see on Fox Valley, Ontario, I think you're assuming that even if my 1% wouldn't have made a break, I think you like your chances based on what you saw.
Yeah, I would have. Yeah, I mean, again, it's easy to say that now, though, right? But 50 and 4 is a pretty good mile, and just he looked the way throughout the race. He looked how he looked in the pre-race appearance, right? I thought he looked fantastic out there. I thought he looked really, kind of full of himself, and that's the way he raced as well. Even when he kind of just was kind of lingering on the outside, you see when he finally trotted past, and then Sunglass Night came to him, and you could tell as soon as he just got asked by a little bit, he opened up like a good thing. So I think this is a good spot from the prospect series, and we'll probably see him do good things in it the rest of the season.
Back in front of us, 5 Fox Valley, Ontario, 3-year-old Muscle Mass Bay Colts, owned by Randall Fulmer and Phil Catcher. Randall Fulmer is the trainer. Garrett Rooney, the winning driver. Third win this year in lifetime. Fox Valley, Ontario, 158 and 4. Fans note there's going to be a refund on number 1 by 1%, determined to have not been inside of the fair start poll. Refund on 1 by 1%. The seventh race, page 5, Fox Valley, Ontario. 240, 210, 210, 6 sunglasses at night, 290, 210, and 2 electro long legs, 230, $2 exactor, 460, dollar try, 490, dollar super, 640. Fans noted race 9, number 6, Go Mud, has a claim entered. Race 9, claim entered, 6, Go Mud. Seventh race order finish from the top, a refund, then 3 scratch 4 1 2. That's refund 3 scratch 4 1 2. And fans, while we have a moment, we'd like to wish Dell a happy birthday. Happy 75th birthday, Dell. Field 4, race number 8 is on parade 1. Escape the House, Samuel Fillion for Taylor Fritz. Number 2 is Kickin' Cowgirl, Jason Ryan for Marie-Helene DuPont. And number 3 is Brighthound Better Be, Daryl Thiessen for Kendall Ron and Brighthound Farm. And number 4, Mattie's Credit, Colin Kelly for Cassidy Schneider and Colonel Schneider. 5 is My Mother Pearl, Anthony Hunt for Ben Hollingsworth. Number 6, Shoot the Whiskey, Ryan DeRoche for Jody Cullen and Paul Sanders and J.J. Stables. Number 7, Wildcat Delight, Brett McDonough for Ron McDonald and Blue Shoe Investments. And number 8 is Lola Sunshine, Lauren House for Scott McNiven and Thomas Broadhurst, Donald Douglas, and Bradley McNiven. It's a field of 8 for race number 8, and it is the start of late pick 3. Let's get a look at this field, and we're going to start with number 6, Shoot the Whiskey, who's just a co-favorite at 2-1 right now. This last couple races might have scared some people away, but still, this is a pretty talented mare.
Yeah, she is, and I mean the last couple of races, shouldn't scare them away too much because obviously it's against much tougher competition. Last time finishing 8th to Ahoy. Well, Ahoy just came back tonight at Mohawk Park and just finished the race there to finish third in a mile that was timed to 150 flat. So I think that you don't want to read too much into getting beat by those wide margins. And Powered by Mock has won each of her last two by as much as she pleased, and just speeding around the track at Mohawk Park. So I just looked at this spot and said, you know what, shoot the whiskey. This is a perfect spot for her to kind of go out there and get her confidence back. Her last victory, came against a decent enough group at Mohawk Park, and her bottom line there was in the Forest City at London in a race that was won by so much more. So again, she's one that maybe you could say she's a bit off form right now from what she was earlier in the season, but I think that today great spot for her to get back to the win column, and surprised she's 5-2. I thought she would take all the support in here, Gary.
And was a pretty outstanding 3-year-old. Number 7, Wildcat Delay, is one that that last race here was a pretty strong effort first up and was digging at the finish.
Yeah, it was only missed by a head, right, to Goodnight Irene, and kind of just kept on coming on the outside. And this was one that, before that had raced at the upper condition class here in a race won by Major League, and was another that was, taking on some tougher rivals at Mohawk Park for quite a few efforts, prior to that effort. So post seven's obviously a tall task for Wildcat Delight, but she is a horse that showed last time she can overcome an overland journey. I've always thought of her more of one that needs that favorable trip to get a big piece of it, but she showed last time she can handle taking some air on the outside. So I think she can be right there with them with the right kind of journey, and 11-1's an overlay in my opinion.
Number 1, Escape the House, is one that should not escape your attention for the try ticket because, well, she just keeps hitting there. She only got a couple of wins on the year, but she knows how to get off the gate. She's got an inside post.
Yeah, she gets another inside post, right? I mean, that's really the key with her. She's one that's kind of difficult to bet on the business end of it, because you said 2 for 19 on the season, but has hit the board 15 times and has that real burst of speed off the gate. So when she gets to the inside of it, you see every line where she leaves from post 1 or 2, and she's been lucky enough to have one of those spots in each of her last 3. She gets away typically in the 2 holes. Usually blasts off, maybe has the lead for a bit, then takes a seat in the deuce and maintains her position, or at worst maybe loses a spot. So she's hard to throw off the exotics. For me, it's impossible to not use her in the try and super, because she just has to kind of maintain her spot to land somewhere under there. And the same thing I think will happen tonight. She'll end up being the leader right off the gate, and probably look to let someone go and then sit that favorable journey in the 2 hole.
Well, the last 5 times from an inside 2 spot is 5 for 5 on the try ticket, so why not go with what makes sense? And of course, Grand River plays out well for inside speed also. Number 5, My Mother Pearl, has been taking a lot of action. Now it's 3-1.
Yeah, I think she deserves support in here. I don't think you can really discount her, because she had that victory in the bottom condition 4 starts ago. It was a good one too. She kind of took a lot of air in that effort before winning by a neck, and then since then I thought they were all respectable efforts. Second in the top condition, and then most recently finished fourth, and kind of had pace late in that mile to only get beat by just over a length. So working from the 5 hole today, she's kind of in a tricky spot again, right? Last time was post 6, move in a spot tonight, but I'm just not so sure she's got that snap speed off the gate to kind of outleave them. And sometimes horses like her can get into trouble that way, right? You get away in the wrong spot and end up first over, or end up getting a journey where you get into some traffic trouble. So I understand why she's taking the support. I think 3-1 is probably too short for my liking, but I think you can't leave her off the exotics.
One that is interesting at a price is 3, Bright on Better Be, because hard effort last time out to win, is facing tougher here, but maybe things are coming back around, and she's got some wheels.
I know a lot of guys that will never leave a horse off a victory, right? So she should be confident coming into this. It was her first win in 19 tries this season, so she's had a taste of the winner's circle. Maybe she'll want to get back there again. I agree. The price is way bigger than I expected at 11-1. Good effort last time, but these are tougher tonight.
It is a field of 8 taking up their positions. Escape the House, Kickin' Cowgirl, and Bright on Better Be on the inside. In the center, Maddie's Credit, My Mother Pearl to the outside, Shoot the Whiskey, Wildcat Delight, and Lola's Sunshine. It's a field of 8. It's race number 8. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Field 4, race number 8 is at the start of the rough. Escape the House, Maddie's Credit, Kickin' Cowgirl, Bright on Better Be, and My Mother Pearl. Then Shoot the Whiskey, Wildcat Delight, and Lola's Sunshine. But right now with the lead on the inside, Escape the House. But now pressing on, Maddie's Credit's going to surge to the front. Escape the House is second, Kickin' Cowgirl third. My Mother Pearl, Bright on Better Be is currently being fifth. And then Shoot the Whiskey, Wildcat Delight, and Lola's Sunshine. Maddie's Credit at 9-1 has the lead for Colin Kelly. Escape the House is right there filling the pocket. Then third is Kickin' Cowgirl. In front of My Mother Pearl and Bright on Better Be. Shoot the Whiskey has to shoot past 5 to win. Then it is Wildcat Delight and Lola's Sunshine, and they work their way off the turn. They come on towards us. Maddie's Credit has the front, and Escape the House and Semifilia rides in the pocket position. And working on the inside, Kickin' Cowgirl now to the outside. My Mother Pearl. Bright on Better Be follows My Mother Pearl to the outside, and Shoot the Whiskey is part of the outer flow. Then Wildcat Delight and Lola's Sunshine. But it is Maddie's Credit who has a lead right now of about 2.5 or 3 lengths. Escape the House is second. Kickin' Cowgirl is third. My Mother Pearl is fourth, and then Bright on Better Be. Wildcat Delight. Shoot the Whiskey has only one beaten, and that's Lola's Sunshine. Maddie's Credit is trying to bottom out the field, and Colin Kelly laying flat on the bike and trying to keep this one going off of a sharp 3/4 of 124 and 2. And it is Maddie's Credit. Escape the House. Kickin' Cowgirl and My Mother Pearl. They're not coming to Maddie's Credit just yet. Escape the House and Kickin' Cowgirl as they turn from, and then My Mother Pearl and Wildcat Delight. Maddie's Credit is bottoming out the field. Maddie's Credit is striding away at the finish and is on fire. Maddie's Credit, and then Kickin' Cowgirl and Wildcat Delight and My Mother Pearl. 154 and 3. Maddie's Credit. Well, 9-1. That wasn't the finish we thought we'd be seeing.
No, not at all, Gary. And you know what? It's a carbon copy, right, of the effort two back in the bottom condition. Same kind of trip, right? Same post, went to the lead, held margin throughout, and stops the clock in 54 and 3. 13-1 in that time around. This time 9-1, and you know, went out there, just seized the opportunity, right? Go to the front and just play catch me if you can. And a lot of horses stacked up on the outside. Shoot the Whiskey ended up in a horrendous spot. It was like third over, and then horses were kind of all moving in front of her. Really, it was go 4 wide or even 5 wide to try to get anywhere into the race, and that wasn't going to happen for her. So, but listen, take nothing away from the winner. Maddie's Credit was gonzo on the front end. Another big mile for her, and you know, one that I didn't see coming tonight. But I guess if we kind of just put more stock into that performance two back, you could maybe use her here at a price.
Yeah, but last race moved up and raced in this class, and you know, it wasn't a bad effort, but still fifth beaten 2.5. But I guess the difference is she's a different animal on the lead, and that's what we saw because she didn't show any signs of slowing down.
No, and you're right, exactly. She just kind of really swells up on the engine. Opportunity too to take back value. If you backed her last time, right? She went off at less than 5-1 last time in this class. This time 9-1. Another race we're going to see some big exotic payouts because we've got the favorites out of the try.
It's a 4-2-7-5 top 4. And back in front of us is number 4, Maddie's Credit, a 10-year-old up the credit bay mare, owned by Colonel and Cassidy Schneider. Cassidy Schneider is the trainer. Colin Kelly, the winning driver. Third win this year, a 20th lifetime for Maddie's Credit. Amount of 154 and 3 equals her career best. The eighth race payouts number 4, Maddie's Credit, 2080. 897.52, Kickin' Cowgirl, 1110, 627, Wildcat Delight, 670. $2 exactor, 140, $30 try, 470.75. The dollar super, 1932.30. Eighth race silver finish from the top, 526-14738. That's 526-14738. Just a reminder, you can still purchase those programs for Monday, the Grand Way. Note they're on sale all through the evening. The programs for Monday, post time 12:30 p.m. Field for race number 9 on parade. 1 Shadow of Lindy, J. Harris for Ted Knight and Inglewood Stables. Number 2 is Joe King, Travis Henry for Rafael Barassa and Sylvain Corrin. And 3 Bohannon, Paul McKenzie for Terry Gallant and Calvin Kepfer. And number 4 is Gringo Star, Samuel Filia for Joe Pereira and Jonathan Genois. And 5 Disney Man, Brett McDonough for Francis Gallant and Martin Kepfer. Number 6 Go Mud, Clay Mettard, Rob Jenkins Jr. for Jeffrey Kelly and William Burgess. And number 7 Jet Set Charmer, Daryl Thiessen for Bruce Scott and Craig Ellis. Field of 7, race number 9. Let's go to your top one here and get a look at number 3, Bohannon. I got to look at this one Tuesday night at Georgian Downs and in here this evening, and he's also back in next Tuesday at Georgian Downs, so kind of keeping busy. Your thoughts on Bohannon?
Yeah, coming back on short rest, like you said, is going to go right back again on short rest. And I just thought, Gary, that it was a solid effort last time. Didn't really get to see what this horse had in the stretch. Kind of surrounded by horses just off the cones, nowhere to go, and looked pretty brave at the wire. So not sure he had an abundance of pace, but I think he could have certainly out finished where he did end up. And looks pretty sharp in the track right now. Looks pretty full of himself out there. So just more of a play on a horse. Like I said, I usually like taking ones that are coming into this brave. Don't know exactly how much pace he had, but we might find out tonight. This was kind of a tricky looking $7,000 claimer. I thought it was a little bit, softer than it came up last time when we saw Stelios go to the winner's circle. So we'll give a try to, a horse, new face here at the River Bohannon.
And I think that's a logical play because I think Joe King is going to end up taking a lot of money and maybe even all the way down to even money racing for Rafael Barassa, 7 out of 9 in the top 2. So Joe King is going to get a lot of love.
Yeah, races for a barn that obviously, has a huge percentage, 364 UTRS for Rafael Barassa. And in the last couple of efforts, right, we're pretty good. I mean, parked the whole way, 2 back to get the victory, and just kept on coming on the outside before getting up by a neck. And then kind of a similar journey last time, but it was in a race that we took a stand with Stelios because that one had post 7 and had to do a lot more work. And I mean, Stelios was an easy winner on that occasion at a nice price. Joe King now moves back to the inside of the gate, so he merits respect in here, and he deserves favoritism, no doubt about it. I just didn't want to be on one, in this particular field that was going to be a short price, and we're seeing that shrivel up right now on Joe King at 3-2.
Number 1, Shadow of Lindy is an interesting one that you've used on your top 3 here, and Shadow of Lindy is 7-1 on the board.
Yeah, 7-1 right now, and you look at it, you look over the last 2 seasons and say, well, no top 2 finishes in his last 20 over that span. But I thought last time kind of showed a little bit, of interest, right? In the late stages, got away 7th off the gate, was never really in it, moved 3 wide, only got beat 5 lengths, right, from post 5. Reclassified, right, for the price tag of $7,000 after racing for 10 in several of his previous efforts, and now gets the pole position here, same class, and, a horse that certainly has, some credentials. If you go further, back in his career, 19 lifetime victories, almost 150,000 made. There's, no one in here except for the outside 2 that have, earned that much, in their career. So I just thought maybe, worth using in the exotics and maybe even a win ticket. To be honest, I'd be looking, for a price right now, and I don't mind the 6-1 on Bohannon, but I wouldn't be taking even money on Joe King, and wouldn't begrudge anyone for saying, you know what, I'll give Shadow of Lindy a whirl at 7-1.
I think one you could take a whirl on with is, but you're not getting any price. There's 5 Disney Man because I think you can scratch that last race off. There's some things that went wrong and go to the 1-2 starts back. This is just the 3rd start of the year as well.
Yeah, it was. I mean, 2 starts back, got a real, favorable journey before getting beat by half a length last time. Ended up leaving out of there from post 6. And there was a bit of interference when the favorite broke, but he did end up kind of inheriting the lead for, a brief moment before fading back to 6. So I couldn't get there in Disneyman today. 2 to 1 to me, in my opinion, is much too short. Even when like Gringo Star, I could see going to just because he is a speedball, right? And we've seen that work already tonight. Where a horse goes out there and runs them off their feet. He's the only horse in this race that could potentially do that. I don't think anyone can outleave him, and that's got to be his game plan. Is to blast off the wings of the gate. 8 to 1. Not a terrible price on him. He's got 6 wins this year. Just lately, he's been getting real soft in the end of his miles.
Well, maybe I'll repeat Matty's credit from post 4 in race 8, and we just make it look like it's the same kind of race. And I've seen Gringo Star race like that, but to just, well, the last one, it's kind of tough because that's not what he did at all. He kind of backed away.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, you're exactly right. Now, there's been a little bit of time between starts, and now we're racing for Joe Pereira, right? That blind change. So maybe he can come up with a better effort this time out in the scenery. But you're right; it would be kind of like who goes for again, and he is a horse that is capable of doing that on that play in him.
And you might want to pay your internet bill because your sound went a little south there. But we have a field of 7 moving in behind the gate for race number 9. Note the claim at number 6, Go Mud. It's a field of 7 for race number 9. Field taking up their position. Shadow of Lindy, Joe King on the inside. Bohannon, Gringo Star, Disney Man in the center of the outside. Go Mud and Jet Set Charmer. It's a field of 7. It's race number 9. There at the start of the rough, and Gringo Star will pop out with Shadow of Lindy and Joe King. Disney Man is also leaving. Then Bohannon, Go Mud, Jet Set Charmer. They work their way on into the backstretch, and Gringo Star's got the lead. Joe King, though, wants to continue on, and Joe King wants to drive up now and beat King, leading to the opening quarter. Joe King, Gringo Star, Shadow of Lindy third. Then Disney Man, Bohannon is racing fifth. Then Go Mud and Jet Set Charmer. Joe King dropped to 3-5 and has the lead past the opening quarter. Gringo Star is racing, filling the pocket. And then Shadow of Lindy is third. Disney Man is fourth, and Bohannon is racing fifth. And then Go Mud and Jet Set Charmer. Joe King has got the lead for Travis Henry, 28-3 opening quarter. We'll look for a breather. And enjoying the view in the pocket right now is Gringo Star as they work their way on up towards us, and Disney Man is coming first over. Halftime was recorded in 58-2 at 29-4 second panel. Then to the outside now, Bohannon is well situated, second over, and is about 4 off the lead. Shadow of Lindy about 4 from the front on the inside. Then Go Mud and Jet Set Charmer. It is Joe King still with the lead. Disney Man is now got second. Inside third, Gringo Star. And racing fourth is Bohannon, but Joe King continues on, and Joe King leads by 3. And they race by 3/4 to 127-1. Joe King and Travis Henry's not joking. Leads right now by about 3.5. Gringo Star second. Disney Man. Then Bohannon's going to roll off cover but has work to do. Shadow of Lindy. And then Go Mud and Jet Set Charmer. Joe King on down the stretch drive they come. Joe King is gone on the field and is going to win it. Then Disney Man was able to hold on for second. Then Shadow of Lindy and Bohannon 157-1. Joe King dropped down to 3-5 and then lived up to that serious billing, Rob.
Yeah, you sure did. Does it sound better now, Gary?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Glad to hear it. Had to pay that internet bill, as you said. No, but Joe King, we talked about a horse that might be able to run away from them in that dash, and I mean, if Joe King was going to be on the engine, he was another one that could do it as well. Obviously, taking all that support down to favoritism there, short price, but 3-5 late after being higher odds throughout. But I just thought that. He might be one to play against tonight, but I was dead wrong on that one. Bohannon got spotted perfectly second over. Didn't really, he waited on making that move, but probably because he knew that it wasn't going to work out if he pulled any sooner. One that I might still try again in the future, but kind of still hung on the stretch.
Yeah, but if you don't cash a 3 to 5 horse, you don't lose a lot of sleep over it.
No, it's true. You're right. You're right. I mean, you've got to try to find prices, to have longevity in this game. But again, he was one that figured, and I guess last time, he was a proper play against from a difficult situation. This time out, much better scenario, and Travis Henry sees that opportunity, right? I mean, he did not want to have to worry about being stuck first over again, or caught any kind of traffic. He went to the front, and just said, okay, listen, I'm going to control things throughout, and he proved he's the best horse in the race.
And Disneyman did bounce back with a much better effort.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he was a long way back from Joe King, but best of the rest. And came ahead of the two horses that I was kind of intrigued by in there, Shadow of Lindy and Bohannon. But Disneyman, yeah, a horse that had missed a lot of time, and now has got 3 starts under his belt, will probably continue to improve.
Coming back in front of us is number 2, Joe King. Travis Henry wasn't joking with this one here in the 9th race. 7-year-old Mystery Chase Bay Gelding, owned by Sylvain Caron and Rafael Barassa. Raphael's the trainer as well. Travis Henry, the winning drivers. The 4th win this year, 15th lifetime. Joe King. Ninth race payouts to Joe King, 340 230 210. 5 Disneyman, 320 231. Shadow of Lindy, 280. $2 exact, relevant $20 try, $14 dollar super, 30.05. Ninth race order of finish from the top is a 3146257. That's 3146257 on the bottom. And the claim of number 6, Go Mud. The new trainer, the old trainer, George Robinson. Field for race number 10 on parade. One broken. Todd Ratchford for Ratchford Racing. Number 2, Top Cap Chalabor for Rick Ziron and James Walker and John Donato. 3 is scratched. And number 4, American Ticket, Travis Henry for Blake McIntosh and Hutt Racing and Blake and Ozzy Stables. And 5 was Sega, Scott Calder Les Posen. Number 6 is EL Citadel, Anthony Hahn for Tim Jacobson and James Lewis. Number 7, Land of Paradise, Lauren House for Scott McNiven and Thomas Broadhurst and Bradley McNiven and Shirley Griffin. 8 is Faithful's Nola Garrett Rooney for Ernest Nucio. And 9 is Chetta Jason Ryan for Chantel Mitchell and Decision Theory Incorporated. Field of 8, race number 10, the final dash, and well, American Ticket is the one the fans expect to be on top of the ticket. Raced very well here last race, but didn't quite finish it off. But, well, even drops in class now, Rob.
Yeah, she does. She gets down one further spot in the class ladder, right? And then she moves in a spot 2 on the gate with the scratch of the 3 Artistic Meadow. And I just thought, you know what, this time, Gary, she's got to close it out, doesn't she? Last time she looked so strong coming into that final turn and then just kind of gave way late, got beat a neck in third. So I don't know, 6-5 right now. I think she's got to be that price, maybe a bit lower come post time, but she's hard to go against for me.
Well, it's just not that long ago that she raced pretty darn well at Mohawk. I mean, June the 1st led a long way, 52-3, has a win in 52 at Mohawk this year. American Ticket. But if you're going to try to find who to put on the exactor ticket, you went down to the inside, broken. Post 1 worked reasonably well last time out.
Yeah, it worked out last time. I thought had a little bit of pace too at the end of the mile. Kind of got jammed up for a bit. She's going to take support in here. I think she'll be lower than 5-1 come post time. Trainer Todd Ratchford calls his own number in the bike tonight with Travis Henry taking the 4 American Ticket, and I just think that broken right now she looks pretty sharp on the track. I think she's got to be the trip horse in here, right? A horse that usually we're used to seeing race from off the pace, but that's from outside starting spots. Last time with the rail got away in the 2-hole, and I think this time she'll have a friend to follow. Right, an American Ticket if she can get posted in that position. So, 5-1 on the board right now. That's a reasonable value on broken and one that I'm all over in the underneath position.
She took a lot of money last time out and really raced well. I mean, I think kind of got a bit of a shuffle job on the final turn, but still not a race to drop her down. And she's actually been racing well coming into that start as well.
Yeah, she has. She's been in good form lately for trainer Todd Ratchford, and I think that obviously he knows her well. And if she gets into the right position tonight, again, she's a horse that I'll be making my main player underneath in the exotics.
And number 6, EL Citadel, is one that probably has slipped my attention here. 37-1 last time out. Still 11-1, but was closing last time.
Yeah, that big third quarter, right? 27-2. And I remember kind of taking notice, like, who the heck is that coming on the outside? Because really, made a move with authority at 37-1, and one that, kind of figured with some of the lines you saw at Hanover before that. And this time out, move in a spot to post 5 now after having post 6 last time. And just, one that I think can get somewhere on the ticket and taking support, though, right? Steady support around that 6-1 to 10-1 range. But that last effort made me take notice of her and thinking if she can be a little bit closer tonight, she can play a big role in this high 5.
And Chetta is one that made a bunch of money earlier this year, and as a 3-year-old filly that if Jason Ryan could figure out a trip, she's got enough credentials here to be a big player in this spot in 4-1.
She does, yeah. I was all over her quite a few times throughout the season at Mohawk Park, and the Horse Players Journal didn't work out in many of those efforts, unfortunately for myself, anyways. But you're right, though, right? She's hit the board 9 of 19, over 73,000 made, and obviously trying to get back in a groove here by coming here to Grand River. But she's got the trailing post to work from now. She follows a good one out and broken, no doubt about that. But she is a 3-year-old filly against older horses, right? And I'm just not so sure she's ready to take on the likes of one like American Ticket yet, but she might be. I mean, 5-2. I think she should have every chance to hit the exotic somewhere. with the right kind of trip. But if she ends up first over or something like that, then I would be a little bit concerned she might not get a big piece of it.
You know what? I want to touch on number 2 Top Cap because I'm not sure what to make of this one. Back in the middle of June at Georgian Downs, raced second to Maple, non-winners of 3. And you do see even a couple of good lines before that. You see a good race here. Just got picked up by Blue Glamber at the finish. But then she's kind of fallen off now.
Yeah, she's kind of tailed off for me to the point that I kind of had a hard time, putting her anywhere in the mix in this race. She does work from that inside gate, right, with the two hole, which we see hit the high five so often. But 12 to 1 is too short for me. For a long shot for the high five for me, 7 Land of Paradise, birthday boy Lauren House aboard. Happy birthday, Lauren House, and maybe he can kind of spice things up underneath in this high five.
Yeah, that would be a nice little gift to someone. Land of Paradise at 35 to 1. But I did use a Top Cap for 4th in here. I just expect this one to come back around soon, and I have seen some flashes in the past. 12 to 1's enough for me to use it in that spot. But right now, Broken with Top Cap and American Ticket on the inside. In the center was Sega Eel Citadel to the outside, Land of Paradise and Faithful's Nola. And the second tier, Cheddar. It's a field of 8, the 10th and final dash on this Friday night. And the field for the 10th race. Gathering speed in the stretch drive. There at the start of the Roth, American Ticket is going to launch with Wasaga, Broken, Top Cap, and then Chetta, and EL Citadel as they work on around the turn. Then it is Land of Paradise and Faithful's Nola. But right now, American Ticket has the front. Wasaga wants to squeeze into the pocket and was able to do so in front of Broken. And then Chetta's racing fourth. Top Cap and EL Citadel. Land of Paradise and Faithful's Nola. American Ticket dropped to 3 to 5 on the board and has the lead. Wasaga is racing along second, then third Broken. 28 and 1's the opening quarter. Chetta's racing fourth. Then Top Cap, El Citadel to the outside now, is starting to roll, and then it is Land of Paradise and Faithful's Nola, and they race off the turn, and it is American Ticket. Wasaga is still there enjoying the view in the pocket, is 2 lengths in arrears, and Broken's going to pop to the outside first over. Then it is Chetta as they work on around the turn. Top Cap takes the short way around the turn. El Citadel is on the outside. Then Land of Paradise and Faithful's Nola. American Ticket is sharp on the lead, and Broken is moved up now and taken over second. Wasaga inside third, gets a little urging now from Scotty Coulter. Chetta is racing fourth. Then it is EL Citadel. Faithful's Nola. Top Cap has dropped back, and Land of Paradise now has got the second from last spot. His Top Cap's all the way back to trailing the field. American Ticket has got a lead of about 3 1/4 right now. Broken is second and trying to close the gap. Then Chetta with Sega. EL Citadel is kicking in late, and the field turns for home. American Ticket as they come on down the stretch drive. American Ticket is going to win to a closing Broken, and then Chetta and Land of Paradise lands fourth at 30 to 1. 156 flat. American Ticket took the action and then knew what to do with it.
Yeah, she sure did. And I thought we might see this effort from her last time, Gary. I really did. And then tonight, just had to get down that further notch down the class ladder, right? And tonight there was never really a doubt. I mean, especially 28 and 158 flat to the half. I mean, that's going to be her scene all night, and she goes out there and wins by a wide margin this time at 3 to 5. Aggressive steer right by Travis Henry. We were expecting it though, and the horse that kind of surprised me out the gate was Wasaga. We know that one can leave out of there. Kind of got in between. American Ticket and Broken, which certainly even further helped American Ticket's chances because then one like Broken has to make a move to the outside, but I don't think it really mattered tonight.
Broken finishing second, but then you wanted some longer plays to try to get onto the ticket. Well, Chetta wasn't longer play, but the bottom two, they're long. 7 and 8, Land of Paradise, Lauren House, and Faithful's Nola and Garrett Rooney.
Yeah, well, the best thing about that too is at the outside of the gate. So it's kind of double dipping there with the long prices outside of the gate. I do notice the high fives usually pay more than you'd expect when you just get, the 7 horse or the 8 horse onto the ticket. Well, this time around, you're getting them both at big prices too. And Atlanta Paradise was one that I actually thought could kind of fish her way into a position here late in the mile, and that's what she did, right? 34 to 1/4. Now it does run out pretty chalky on top, favorite with the two, favorites underneath too, the second and third choice, but who knows? Maybe it's increases the value with those two bombers at the bottom end of it.
And your buddy said don't ignore a horse that's coming off a win. Faithful's Nola won last time out.
Well, there you go. 72 to 1, finish fifth.
Back in front of us is For American Ticket. 4-year-old American Ideal Bay Mare. Owned by Hut Racing and Ozzie McKay and Blake and Aussie Stables. Blake McIntosh, the trainer. Travis Henry, the winning driver. It's the third win this year, 7th lifetime. American Ticket, 156 flat. The 10th race payouts for American Ticket. 320, 250, 251, broken, 380, 270, 9 Chetta, 330. $2 exactor, $7.70, try, $11.95, double of 2 and 4, $6.80. The dollar pick 3, $41.90. Dollar pick 4, $63.15. Dollar pick 5, 5 of 5, $147.35. And the dollar high 5, $239.05. The 10th race order finish from the top, 2-8, scratch 176453. That's 2-8, scratch 176453. Well, fans, that does conclude the live harness racing program for this Friday evening. Racing action resumes on Monday, Industry Day, but take a look at that post time. Stare at that post time, 12:30 p.m. Don't be late. It's a great card of racing action lined up this Monday. First race, 12:30 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Christine.
Good night, Gary.